yours. It's totally fine. Yeah, yeah.
All right, welcome back from lunch. Did everyone enjoy lunch? I didn't hear. How did you enjoy the donuts? Yeah? Think we'll have a success with those? This next session is capers, how to prevent them from happening, and how to detect them when they do, and how to uncover the extent of the capers. And we'll let the panelists, we've got Nicholas Anderson from Red Barn starting us off.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Tim, very much. And thank you, the Other Side Academy, for having us up here. Your campus is unbelievable. And just being up here, what a feeling being up here, being in the midst of all of you folks, you know, trying to make a difference in other people's lives. And I get, by way of introduction, my name is Nicholas Anderson. I am a graduate of Red Barn Academy, and I'm a third-year graduate, and I'm now the program director for them. And I've been there about 4.5 years. My journey really started May 1st of 2019, when my life was a mess. I was, you know, I was broken. I was a liar, cheat, and a thief, and I didn't know how to live life well. And Red Barn taught me that I could live a valued-centered life, taught me that I can get my life back and do something different. And today, I do have my life back. I'm not perfect, but I have a good life. I'm a father, I'm a son, I'm a good neighbor, and I get to help run the program over there in Farmington, Utah, and it's an amazing thing. We currently have 51 students there, and you know, trying to do the same thing that we're all trying to do. It's an all men's facility, but I get the opportunity to talk to you guys about how to deal with capers. And as I was preparing this, the first thing that came to my mind was prevention. Right from the very get, it's very important that as we're, you know, the very first interaction that we have with our potential students, that we're preventing it. We let them know that we are you. We're just a little bit further down the path. I know what you know. I'm a master manipulator. I was a liar, cheat, and thief. I spent many years in incarceration, and in doing so, you set the tone for the individuals coming to Red Barn, knowing that, when I first came to Red Barn, is what I say sometimes, I tried to circumvent the program like I did every other program that I got through, and it didn't work at Red Barn because you can't pull the wool over our eyes. And then letting them know that we are the Red Barn is strict and structured, and that we are a zero tolerance program. I tell everyone when I go into the sections that we will not do the disservice of taking it easy on you. And the next part of it that I want to talk about is interviews. Interviews, again, it's setting the tone for the individual coming into your program, doing the evaluation, understanding that you cannot be on any medications, and that you can't be convicted of arson, you can't have any sexual crimes. But just because they are not on any medications, and that they don't have any sexual crimes, and they haven't been convicted of arson, doesn't mean you should bring them into your program. I always evaluate it, and I look at them. Can they be my roommate? Can they be someone that I can live with? Can they, I look at them, can they work on the moving company? Can they work over at Sticky Bird? Can they do those things? And then, of course, you have to follow your gut. One thing that Michael Hawes asked me when he interviewed me is he asked me if I loved my kids. And this is to elicit an emotional response for them. And of course, I give him the cliche answer, yes, I love my kids. And he says, no, you don't. If you loved your kids, you would be taking care of them. You would be financially taking care of them, and you would be there for them. And I was in jail for the 25th time. And so I did not love my kids. I took offense to what he said at first, but then when I was laying down in my bunk and I realized, yeah, he's right. There's something that what he says that is correct. And another part of the interview is trusting your gut, because sometimes you just don't know. It just doesn't feel right. And if it doesn't feel right, you shouldn't be thinking solely upon the numbers of students that you can get into your program, but thinking about all of the students that are currently there. And when this new student comes into your program, are they going to contribute? Are they going to be able to be able to get their life back and change? And sometimes we get it wrong, and that's okay too. And when we get it wrong, we can learn from that and just bounce ideas off. But day number one is really important. And day number one, you have them come into the barn, and then they sit on the bench, and then they go through the intake. And then I sit them down, and I'll have a second interview with them, reiterating the same things I told them in the first interview, letting them know, hey, if you act violent here, I will kick you out. If it's not Burger King. We're not going to do it your way. It is our way. And you are stern with them. You let them know that they're not going to be running anything. And then for us, we assign a welcomer. The welcomer is really important. It's important to set the tone with the welcomer, and they'll be attached at the hip for the next 72 hours, showing them the ropes, teaching them the process, teaching them, again, that here at Red Barn, that you're not going to be able to circumvent the program. You're not going to be able to do that. And then when they don't use the process, and when they don't do what's asked of them, that there's consequences, and you act swiftly. And then when something does get by you and something happens, usually a caper kind of starts with people talking crap. They'll talk crap on their leaders, and you see people clicking up. And some of the ways that we take care of that is we'll notice it at first. We'll see these two hanging out all the time. We'll say, hey, you need to spread your love. You need to go hang out with somebody else. You need to sit with someone else at dinner. You need to quit hanging out with them. Fix it, or we'll fix it for you, is the feedback that we give to them. And then if they don't fix it, then you can put a ban on them. And we've done that. As of recent, we had a situation that came up where these three guys were always hanging out together. We put a ban on two of them for a while, and then when we lifted the ban, it continued. And then realizing that there was more to it. And then we had a situation where we had an activity. We were at Boondocks, and something happened. They were just messing around, and then we had to end the activity early. We brought everybody home. We put those guys who were involved on hours, and then we realized that there were some other things going on, because if they're doing that in front of each other, then there's something wrong in the house. So what we decided to do is we brought the whole house together. We sat them. We brought the whole house together, and then we sat behind us all the pads of paper and pen, and we let them know that there's some dirt in the house, and we know more than you think we know. And you better come up and you better write everything. I want names, I want dates, I want times. And in this case, we decided to have the entire house grab a pad of paper. Now, we've done it another way before, where we say, hey, come up and grab a pad of paper if you're dirty and write some things down. But in this case, we had everybody in the entire house come and write some things down. And then we let them know, hey, if your name ends up on this pad of paper, there's going to be serious consequences for that. Right now it might be 4 or 6 hours, but if we have to find you later, I might give you 30 hours for having amnesia, and that usually will it'll provide an opportunity for guys to be honest right then and there. And then of course those guys who are contracted up, who think, well, they're not going to say anything, and I'm not going to say anything, but one always cracks. One always does say something, and then we keep them on the bench until something comes up, and everybody has something to clean up on. And that's what we told them. And the guys who weren't writing anything, those are the guys that we kept on the bench the longest. And eventually, we got the information. And then those who, we excused from the bench, and we told them, hey, is there anything else that you need to clean up on? Is there anything else? And they said, no. Say, okay, if I have to find you, we're going to have a much different conversation than this. And then when we do have to have that conversation, the consequences are swift. I mean, we let them know, that we'll give them all hours, community service, and contracts. And then in this particular situation that we had, we did everything, but we realized that there was probably some more that was going to come up. And then we saw some guys acting strange, and then we ended up taking 2 guys, putting them on contract, and then we got our house clean. And it's really important to understand that that caper wasn't like a huge caper, and we've had worse. But it's important for all of us to understand that it's upon the staff to take care of it before it happens. Because if you don't know your house, if you don't know what's going on, if you don't walk into the room and you understand there's a feeling in the room, when something's up. That's why we always say trust your gut. When you go in and you sit down and you have dinner with them, something's going on. Or when you're asking someone, in these situations to participate in a cleanup and no one's doing it, no one's raising their hand, that you got something going on. But it's also important, for me not to operate in a vacuum. I have my staff and my team that we all get together and we talk about it. Because together you can bounce ideas off each other, you can decide what's best for your house. And and understanding that it's okay to have a couple of guys leave, if that's necessary to set the tone for the entire house. But it's not okay when you lose 14 like we have lost in the past because we didn't get ahead of it, and then it got too far. And then, I'll never forget when Jeff Nash came to Red Barn and he spoke. And he spoke to our guys. He came up, and the very first thing that he said, he looked over at our old program director and he said, "Your house is dirty." And me, I was just barely SIT in that moment. And then that situation was a hard situation, but it was awesome, Jeff, that you could come in and you could point that out, and we were able to. I mean, we lost 14 guys, and then we lost six in the previous weeks. But my point on bringing that up is it's important that not you catch that the staff, that you in your own facility, you take care of your house, that you keep it tight, you keep it clean, and you understand that no matter what, like who we are, like, we're going to tell you what you want to hear. We are going to try to pull the wool over your eyes. We're going to even rummage up some tears. We're going to do everything that we can to get out of consequence. And sometimes we have compassion and we're like, oh, you know what? Nicholas is great. He's doing good. He's doing this. But me, I'm a master manipulator, and I've done that a lot. I've got out of consequence most of my life. I don't need people to take it easy on me. We don't need to take it easy on our guys. We can be direct and we can be bold and we can let them know straightforward, how it is. And then we can save their life. Because Red Barn was not easy on me, that's how I got my life back. Because I did try all my old tricks. And if I was able to get away with those things, then I wouldn't be where I'm at today. So that's just a little bit of insight for Red Barn on how we deal with capers, and I'm excited to hear from the other speakers, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now hear from, let's see, I've got wrong day. We'll now hear from Taylor Smith from Harvest, and then after Taylor, we'll do Jeff and then Dave.
You just have a mic.
Yeah.
Does everyone know what a caper is? Okay, so no? Okay, so a caper in a therapeutic community is just, it could be one or more people that are engaging in sneaky behavior or a major infraction, whether it's, hey, these guys are stealing snacks at the end of the night, 2 people taking them back to their room. It could be something like that. It could be people are sexually acting out. It could be people are stealing things on the moving company. It could be people are using. It could be people are bringing things back from visits. Any major infraction, like I said, could be one person doing it, or it could be 15 guys in the house. So that is what a caper is. Before I get into how to prevent them, there's 2 things that I like to think about is Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law is anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And it sounds like really negative, but if you can't be naive. You have to understand what people are, there's loopholes in everything. No system is perfect. Another thing is worst case scenario thinking. If you're naive, like I said, if you don't think about these things, they're going to happen. If you're not aware of these things happening, how can you even begin to see them? You can't. So with those 2 things, Murphy's Law, worst case scenario thinking, how to prevent them, I think Nicholas talked about being proactive. Having a structure and routine every single day, even scheduling free time, having structure and routine every single day, having bulletproof planning makes it, you don't have to think. Sometimes when people think, they make very poor decisions. Seriously, but it also allows you to spot things that are out of the norm. So a norm is an expected behavior of the group. Right now the expected behavior of the group is to sit, give eye contact, listen. If someone gets up and does, that's out of the norm. It's very easy to spot. Is it always wrong? No. Sometimes, someone's got to go to the bathroom. That is what it is. It's not that deep. But when a multitude of things are outside of the norm, there's something going on. Like I said, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's really deep seated. Maybe it's just, maybe it's not that deep. And then with that, so having a structure and routine, the example that I kind of came up with was, so at Harvest Academy, the guys, it's a residential house. So at night they shut their doors. So maybe one night this room doesn't shut their door at night. That's a pull up. Hey, you need to make sure you shut your door. Simple as that. And you could hear that. Oh, these guys just left their door open. Nope, not that deep. But it could be that deep. You have to look into it. Okay, yep, it's fixed. We shut the door. Then the next night, so Harvest Academy, we also don't wear shoes in the room. They take their shoes off in the basement, nice carpet, they put them in a cubby. Maybe a couple nights later, the same room, I find shoes under the bunk. Okay, you left your door open 2 nights ago. I see you have shoes under your bunk. What is this looking like? I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know what you're thinking, but I know what you're not gonna do, and that's, do something at night. Maybe, hey, I know this guy, they're supposed to be lights off in their rooms at 10. This same room is pushing it, pushing it. They're going to bed last. They're going to bed last. What does that look like? Are they trying to run? How many people? Are they trying to steal a car? Are they going to try to take our car? I don't know. You don't know. But when you have those senses, when you see those small things, when those things are being held accountable, it's very easy to be aware. Like I said, that awareness. If you don't have that awareness, Murphy's Law, worst case scenario thinking, you're not going to see it, and you will get burnt. And like I said, it's going to happen. It will happen, but being prepared for that. And so, just having the structure of the big group is very important, like I just explained. But knowing your guys, knowing their tendencies, like you guys have a spouse or a kid or whatever, when they walk in that door, if it's a good day or a bad day. They don't have to say, you just feel it. You know them, you know their tendencies. Um, Knowing these guys, birth dates, death dates, when their mom died, big court dates, all of these things, these things. And whether it's rightfully so to be upset or not, knowing these things is going to help them being ahead of the game, and just reading their nonverbals a little bit. I got guys that like to get their haircut, they like to look fresh. Maybe someone's not taking care of themselves anymore. That's a sign of something. Like I said, everything means something. Maybe it's bad. Maybe they're just being lazy. Maybe it's, hey, I'm not taking care of myself. I'm thinking about using again. I'm thinking about splitting, Taylor. But being able to catch these things, I mean, haircuts. I got guys that really like to enjoy working out. Hey, you haven't done anything. You're not even going fishing. You're not going out in the garden. You're off. Something is going on. Let's talk. Um, and then that conversation kind of looks like, do I feel good? Do things make sense? Are they leaving my office, feeling a little bit better? Am I going to see change and follow through? That's a big thing. If they leave my office and I have a bad feeling, maybe I call them back. Maybe I had. It's deep. You can do a million different things, but that awareness is key. How to spot them? Like I said, when structure of the routine is made negotiable by staff or students, it ruins the integrity of the program. You will, yeah. If people start to see little things are negotiable, something as simple as not pulling up for leaving a coffee cup out, you know, oh, we're not pulling that up. Oh, we're not going to pull this up. All of a sudden, those little things, like I said, leaving the door open, you had your shoes under your bed. Now those things aren't being brought up, pulled up, dealt with. You're probably going to have a messy house pretty quick, or people are going to feel as if things are, I can get away with this. There's no consequence. I'm not getting caught. People aren't holding me accountable. It is what it is. It's like your old lifestyle. No one's holding me accountable. I like to be unpredictable as well. Like I said, their structure and routine is the same every day, every hour, every week. Me, I'm unpredictable. I will show up to a move early and make sure they're on time. I will show up in the middle of a move, talk to the customer, talk to the youngest guy on the crew, talk to the crew boss. What are we learning? What are we teaching? What pull-ups have been administered? What are we seeing? Then I'll go, just volunteer. Hey, I'm gonna pop out there. Maybe I'll just call the supervisor out there. Tell me who's out there. Tell me what's going on. Give me a report. So just knowing everything, being unpredictable. They think I'm everywhere. Checking their apartment, going through their drawers out there, just letting them know that I'm there. There is a sense of accountability. Um, Group sips, group is a huge indicator of spotting a caper. When you have, so say your older students, all they're doing is going at your younger guys. You left your coffee cup out. You left pee on the seat. You were late to the floor. I mean, good. Hold them accountable. That's nice. But if there's no slips being played amongst each other, to the older students, it's very easy for older guys to kind of corroborate, collaborate, whatever, and leave the young guys and let them be the scapegoats. Let them get caught up for all the young guys that come in. They're kind of rough around the edges. They're gonna have outright behaviors probably all the time. So it's easy to hold them accountable and look as if, hey, I'm pulling up. Taylor, you can't tell me I'm not doing the right thing. I've got 5 pull-ups on this guy. Well, do you have 5 pull-ups on your fellow senior brother? Do you have 5 pull-ups that happened out on the move? No, you only got stuff here. This is basic. Something's going on. That's false. You're not running the program. Um, and then are guys handling things at the appropriate level? Are things just super casual? Hey, we don't. You're not supposed to do that around here. Or is it, hey, that is a big deal and we don't do that? That is unacceptable and you will not continue to do that anymore. It's a huge difference in how I just said it. But when people are just kind of, you know something about me, so I can't really give it to you, and I don't want to give you community service because you got something on me. You can tell. It's a feeling. Nicholas talked about gut feeling. When you do this for long enough, you can walk into a room and you will know. You have to know your culture too. I could tell you 2 years ago when our oldest student was only 4 months, 5 months, on nights we had group, dinner was silent. There was anxiety about going to group. They didn't know how to handle themselves very well. Today, if my dinner table was quiet before group, when I have three masters, seniors, older guys that know how to compose themselves, something's going on. And it's going to be a real, maybe intense group. And if something doesn't happen, I know there's dirt. There's something going on. How deep? That's for me to figure out. How to uncover it? Nicholas hit it pretty well, but you got to shut things down at the appropriate level. Maybe that's your social enterprises. If you feel like it's that serious, separate, investigate. Separation is key. If we're up to something, I'm like, hey man, don't tell Taylor about thing 1 and 2. We can get away with that potentially. But if I'm separated and I tell thing 3 and 4, and he tells 1 and 2, well, now we know that person, whoever we give our stuff to, they know that it's not all out. And uncovering things. If someone were to come to me before I knew anything, before anything came out, and said, Taylor, you know what? I got to talk to you. Here's what's going on. They're going to get a consequence, but it's going to be less than if I had to find out on my own. So if someone hey, there's signs, sit down, get the pen and pad, separate, we're investigating. I find things out, they tell me the whole truth at that point in time, it's going to be a little bit more than if they would have just came clean in the first place. Now, you go through that process and they lied. Or 1 week later, however many amount of time later, you find more stuff out, that is even worse. So that's and you have to make it a statement or so to the community. These guys are doing the wrong thing. Their lives are going to be highly inconvenienced. They are, we live vicariously, learn vicariously through others to do the right thing, but also do the wrong thing. Wow, he went and did X, Y, Z. I've thought about it. No way in hell I'm going to do that. Not worth it. I've earned too much. I've come too far. No way I'm going to do that. And then they get to hear about the feedback in group. Perspective is brought in group where, dang, I didn't even think about it that way. Wow, that's not the person I want to be. That's not who I am. That's not who I'm becoming. No way. Not only, and then I'm sure community service. So breakthrough group, well, just in general in the TC, community service is not actual legal community service, but is you inconvenience the flow of the community, so you're going to give back in one way or the other. So that's in the shape of hours. There's also contract, learning experiences, which is like specific consequences. So at Harvest Academy, maybe it's you're not getting coffee, You're not listening to, you have no media. So TV, radio, music, XYZ, you're not going to the gym. You're not going out on moves. So nothing is a privilege. None of these guys are entitled to anything. Everything is earned. Everything is a privilege. And if you break that and lose it, it's stripped, it's taken. And sometimes you have to be calculated. You have I like to call it ammo. You have ammo to deal with these things. Sometimes you want to use a lot of your ammo. This is the big deal. We're sending a message. Sometimes you got to slow play it. Sometimes you do a little bit. Sometimes you got to slow play it. With a caper, maybe not the slow play, but nothing is black and white. I think a lot of things are very situational, circumstantial, and yeah. Thank you.
We have a lot of experience. And I have a lot to say. So obviously, after 50-something years, we have pretty much seen it all. At least I used to think so. Just as the drugs and stuff have changed, the capers sometimes do too. This is something we're very good at. And ironically, when I was asked to speak about this, I was kind of excited because we've actually been teaching some of the new staff about all these techniques. So understanding capers. Well, first of all, stuff happens. We're dealing with a population that is not very good at following rules just because you tell them to. It's our job to teach them how to do that. And we should expect for people to come in and not do what they're asked to do. That's their job. And it's our job to notice, intervene, and reprogram. So some people sometimes are like, oh, they get upset because somebody comes into our program and they don't follow the rules. My thing is we're not supposed to stop them from the capers. We're supposed to catch it early on because there are lots of lessons that gets learned. So if you spend your time trying to just prevent it all the time, you're actually cheating them out of opportunities to learn from the mistakes that they make. So what we want to do is we want to put systems in place and train the staff so that they catch these things early, because they typically start small and then they grow. And if we catch them in the infancy stages, we don't have mass exodus. Nick had brought up a talk that I did at Red Barn, which was probably the most uncomfortable seminar that I've ever given. When I come to visit, typically I would talk here and then I would go there if there's time. And the director said, well, we have some problems and I'd like you to concentrate on guilt. And so I went into the meeting and he started to reprimand the entire front row, and I'm thinking, okay, this is new, this is going to be hard to follow. But then he turned it over to me and I began to ask questions and nobody raised their hands. And I heard some of the things going on. And actually one of the students had lashed back out at the person giving the reprimand. And at Habilitat, that's, you just don't do that. We cultivate respect. You don't talk back to the staff like that. And doing so would probably get you terminated. But that happened, and I stood there realizing this whole house is dirty. So I proceeded to do an hour-long presentation about guilt and how it kills. And at the end of the thing, a bunch of people got up and went to go cop their dirt. And then a bunch of people left. And I left feeling kind of bad, to be honest with you, because I thought, my goodness, did I provoke all this? But the reality is it needed to happen. And for whatever reason, they weren't addressing the issue. And oftentimes people don't address these issues for different reasons. They don't want to lose people. I don't want to break this wide open because it's a lot of work to clean it up. And various different reasons. And sometimes it's just because they're not that skilled And I don't know what it was in this particular case, but whatever it was, it created an exodus. And I know that it needed to happen, but I actually felt kind of bad about it. And I don't know, they may never ask me to come back and speak there. I don't know, but whatever, I did what was right. At Habilitat, when it comes to these capers, we only do the investigation. It's a big deal to do these investigations, and they need to be done properly. And if you're going to start to dig this stuff out, you have to be willing to see it through to the end. Because if you don't, you're going to have some people that have copped and some people that are still holding on to it with ambiguity, and they're the ones that are likely to split. And then all of a sudden you have an exodus, and you're scratching your head and you're wondering why, and it's because the staff didn't do an effective investigation. And it is a lot of work. So that being said, it's their job as we call them residents, you call them students in some cases, it's their job to come in and to break the rules and to test the waters, if you will. And it's our job to catch these things early on and divert and deter them to other things. It's been my experience. I've been doing this for 27 years. I went through Habilitat not once, but twice. The first time was 2 years when I was 18 years old and I was a knucklehead. And I went back out and did it all over again, was incarcerated in 2 different states and ended up coming back to Habilitat nearly 10 years later. And that time I went through the program. The second time I stayed 4.5 years. Prior to all that, I had been in 14 other 30-day treatment programs. So suffice to say, I've had a lot of treatment. The second time at Habilitat, I decided, you know, if I never leave, I never have to come back. And if you can't beat them, you might as well join them. I was very lucky. I'm the last human being that was trained by our founder, Vinnie Marino, in the dark arts of busting capers and other things, obviously. And I took it very seriously and still do to this day. And there's only a handful of our staff that are qualified to actually do this particular type of work. The majority of capers start with comfortability. Typically they feel out the staff, they feel out the other residents, they're trying to figure out who's going to speak up, who's going to report it, who's not, and a process of identifying where the weak links are is occurring. Most major capers don't happen overnight. It doesn't just happen. The signals are there if the staff and the older clients, residents, or students are paying attention. If a caper becomes major, this is not going to be very popular to some people, but I think you really need to understand, if a caper becomes major, it's the staff's responsibility. And the staff need to take responsibility just like we teach the residents or the students. Oftentimes staff will, you know, they did this and they did that, and my thing is, no, you failed to see the signs when it started originally, and this is a staff failing. This is a complacent staff issue because it's their job to do this. Expect it. It's part of it. If the staff get complacent, the capers, they grow like cancer and they will spread like the plague. And all of a sudden you have an entire population that's dirty on some level. Catch them early, act decisively, very early on. So how do you prevent capers? Well, there's an art to it. We use a thing called a talking ban to keep people apart. If we have 2 guys that were in jail together or 2 guys that used to get high together on the streets, they come into the program, they know each other, they're not going to be allowed to talk to one another or interact with each other for, depending on how long it takes them to get stable and bite into the program, they may not be able to talk for up to a year with one another. And that can present some challenges. When I came into the program the second time, there were 16 people that I knew from the street, from Habilitat previously, from jail. I wasn't allowed to talk to any of them for about 8 months. And it made life very challenging, but it kept me from sparking up that familiar friendship, negative friendship that we had in the street and we had in jail, and it gave me a fighting chance, and that's really what that's all about. Keep in mind, when it comes to capers, we are not operating a court of law. I've had residents tell me, well, you have no proof. I don't need proof. This is not a court of law. I don't have to prove anything. I don't need any kind of proof to prove squirrely behavior. What we do is we question and investigate everything. I mean, we're talking all the way down to you left a piece of paper in your pocket and it goes in laundry. The laundry crew digs through all the pockets, and if something's left in the pocket, there's an investigation into that. Did they follow the pocket checking procedures? Who checked it for them? There's an investigation. So what we do is we take a microscope to even the little things, and the reason that we do this is to bring people in, to make them cognizant of what they're doing, how they're doing it, and for us to, in the very beginning, establish a baseline for their behavior and their MO, if you will. So what do we observe? Oh, wait, question, investigate everything. Look for differences in stories. So when we're following something up, like say there's a piece of paper in somebody's pocket, we follow up not with the perpetrator. Perpetrator gets followed up last. He's the last person that we investigate with. We follow up with anybody else that might have knowledge first to get the stories, and then we have the information to confront the person who's the perpetrator or whatever. If there are differences in stories, typically somebody's lying. If they are lying to cover up for each other, there is a caper in the making. You know right then. If you find out somebody's lying, there's a caper going on. So we observe the following: people who are too loose and they act different when they're together. Say we have a meeting and everybody's acting a certain way, but when we see that they're off cleaning the bathrooms, they act different. They're loose, they're acting silly or whatever. We know there's some comfortability there, so we're going to pay very close attention. We may spread them out. We have a thing that we do is called spread your action. So basically you're not on ban, but we say we don't want you hanging out with that person. Don't find yourself hanging out with that person. So we spread out their action. People who don't pull each other up. Pay attention to who's pulling up who. What is the motive behind it? If you see that a group of people, you have a suspicion something's going on, and you notice they're never pulling each other up, you notice they're never playing games on each other, there's probably a contract in the making. You guys call them capers, we call them contracts. It's a contract between two or more people to break a rule and say nothing about it. We're going to cover for each other, we're going to keep it quiet. Vinny used to call it boudels. I think that's an Italian thing or something, I don't know. Watch closely for changes in behavior patterns. Guilty people act different. Know your people and establish a baseline for each individual for their normal behavior early on. And then if your staff is doing what they're supposed to do, they're paying very close attention. I like to say that our staff are professional observers. They are watching everything, every interaction. They're paying very close attention, and they're evaluating constantly, and they're looking for changes. Because when there's a change, there's a reason for the change. Now, the change may not necessarily be nefarious, but it certainly may be. If it doesn't feel right, it's not right. Trust your gut. You've heard that a few times. Trust your gut, trust your gut. Those of us that do this constantly, I like to tell people I've got like liar's radar. I can talk with people and I can sense that they're not being truthful. Now, would that be applicable in a court of law? No. But again, is this a court of law? No. We're dealing with people, and we're in the people business. So if you have intuition for these things, and good practitioners will have these intuitions, then you trust your gut. We need to develop student leaders who report changes in the population daily. We have crew leaders, very much like what they have here, and they meet with the staff periodically several times a week, and they always have an open door to the staff if they notice an alarm or something that's alarming or significant. They have an open door to the staff. So we develop those leaders and we teach them, these are people in the program, we teach them what to look for, how to report it, and how to handle those type of things. Through the years, we have learned to take all levels of fraternization, potential fraternization, very seriously. We've had lots of incidents with things like that start with flirtation and looks, and in some cases note passing, and then eventually you're finding out they're in the freezer, getting down with each other. Huh? Yeah, exactly. Getting hot in the cold, right? And A lot of times that creates a big mess and then they don't want to be accountable and they end up splitting and then things happen. Remember that every time someone splits from your program, there's a potential that they may die. So we have to take these things very seriously, and people do die. We do drug and alcohol testing pretty regularly, don't need a reason, I mean, if somebody comes home late, even though we have GPS on all the vehicles, just for a psychological factor, we will test the entire crew. We want them to know that if there's any anomalies, they're gonna get drug tested. That hopefully plants the seed that, look, we can't go do this, they're gonna find out and they don't go do it. Busting a caper, exposing a caper can be very time consuming. Don't start unless you have time to work it through to completion. There have been many nights where I was there till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. That's what it takes to do the job properly. Once that the population knows that something's going on, the gig is up. If you don't follow it through to the end, you're probably gonna have people split. The objective is to dig out the dirt and keep everybody's feet planted and have them willing to stand accountable for the stupid things that they've done. Take a step back, identify everyone who might be involved, and begin investigation. There are plenty of people within the population that will often know what's going on, but they don't want to get involved. Not my business. I'm not involved. I know what's going on, but I'm not going to say anything. And in our opinion, those people are just as guilty as the ones doing it. That's how these things are able to occur. So it's not uncommon for us to discipline the people that knew about it and did nothing about it at the same level as those who did it. Because that creates a culture of, I better speak up or I'm going to be accountable as well. We will sit down with the qualified staff members and we will put a strategy together. Who's going to follow up with who do we start with, who's going to be first, second, third, and so forth, and who's going to be last. And then I developed this theory of playing this game called Let's Make a Deal. And actually, I was talking with Dave. He basically did a version of it the other day. He's going to talk about that later. But I'll sit him down and I say, look, I know this thing's going on, and we're going to play Let's Make a Deal. Here's the way the game works. You tell me everything you know, and you get what's behind door number 1. And you're going to really like what's behind door number 1. If you don't do that, then we're going to move to door number 2. If you make me dig it out of you, then you're going to get what's behind door number 2. And you're probably not going to like what's behind door number 2. And if you're not going to play ball with that, then we're going to go to door number 3. And I promise you, door number 3, you don't want what's behind door number 3. Now notice I haven't committed myself to having to terminate them from the program, but they know that that's a possibility or a pretty harsh disciplinary measure. Most people will stop at number 2. Some that think they're slick, they'll go all the way to number 3, and I'll explain more about that. Door number 1, they're going to get a light sentence. You know, they're going to get, we don't have as much community service. We have a thing called the dish pan, where they basically go do dishes. They don't know how long it's going to be, but it's kind of a lower level thing. We also have contracts, which is get up 6 in the morning. You're not allowed to go to bed until midnight. And you know, you don't get to partake in any fun, and they can last indefinitely. We don't really put a time frame on it. So if they want to get off easy, they're going to give it up, and then they might get a dish pan for a few days. If we have to go to door number 2, probably going to be a contract. Door number 3, they may get put on the bench, and we have different ways to get it out of them. We can put them on the bench and say, you're not getting off the bench until you give it up. Or there have been some cases where you're going to go on a contract, and you're going to stay on the contract till you give it up. Tell you a quick story. We had a guy that a staff member was walking past a bathroom and saw smoke coming out of the bathroom. And he went into the bathroom and the guy flushed it down the toilet or whatever, and he wouldn't cop. And we went through the whole investigation, whatever, and it was just him. Nobody else knew about it, but he would not cop. We put him on a contract. He still wouldn't cop. So he stayed on a contract for about 30 days. Eventually he got off. And like a year later, he copped to it. Now, what do you think we did? We put him on another contract. Wasn't as long this time, but he should have told the truth from the beginning. And that's what we're trying to teach him, is that it would have been better just to admit to it. Now, some people would say, oh gosh, that's really harsh. This thing that we're doing, trying to save people's lives, this is not the kind of thing that you're going to hug and love people into submission. You have to outthink their criminal manipulative behavior. They're not stupid, and we're not stupid either. Every time somebody gets away with something in Habilitat, I go to the staff and say, how did you get outmaneuvered? How did you allow yourself to get outmaneuvered like this? You got played. You should be ashamed. You're better than this. You're smarter than this, and you're not paying attention. So I found that Let's Make a Deal works pretty well. Anyway, once we find someone that flipped, we move on to the next person. We get all the information, and then we write all this stuff down, and then we reformulate who's next, and so on and so forth, and you continue this process until you get to the very end. Then you got to put a strategy together on, okay, what kind of consequences are coming now. Eventually, we get to the perpetrator or perpetrators, and we basically do the same thing. And in our opinion, everybody involved should have some sort of consequence. It doesn't necessarily have to be contracts for everybody, but people learn when they do things they're not supposed to and they get away with it. It's programming them that it's okay to do that on a very basic level. So there has to be some sort of consequence so that they learn from the poor decisions. Those who don't fess up, they get disciplined anyway, and they remain so until they cop. Those who readily fess up, they get reduced consequences. In our opinion, being honest and saying, you know what, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, I'll do better next time, I'll do whatever it needs to happen to make this right. That's what we're trying to teach people to do. I'm sorry, I made a mistake, I'll do better next time. What do I need to do to make it right? That's the perfect scenario. Then you've got someone who's learning from their mistakes. We want to always offer someone a way back from their mess. I've had people stand there and tell me, oh, there's no way to come back from this. There's always a way to come back from, even if they got high. That's another thing that I've noticed in the industry. A lot of treatment programs, like, oh, somebody got high. Oh, well, what do you expect? That's what they do. So if they find a way to do that within your organization, that means that you don't have the systems in place to prevent that from happening. You haven't made it hard enough for that to happen. Just my opinion on those matters. If the perp represents a danger, ongoing danger to the greater community, then you gotta let them go. Typically, I'll let them go if they act right, if they're respectful, I'll let them go and I'll tell them, you know, when you're ready to act right and come clean, give me a call back and we'll talk about you returning. If they become defiant and disrespectful, then probably they won't be allowed to come back. Real life capers and experience, just to give you, especially for those of you who are maybe looking to open these kind of treatment centers, therapeutic community treatment centers. Here's some of the things that happened. These are real life capers, and I have many, many more. But we had 2 boys and 2 girls. They got up early. They were supposed to be doing kitchen duty, and they had sex in a closet. What happened? Well, lack of supervision and lack of staff. The kitchen staff weren't paying enough attention. Male and female had sex in the freezer. This literally happened. Lack of supervision again. The male ended up splitting and ended up getting shot by the police, and he's dead. There are real life consequences to the staff not doing a good job. There's lives at stake here. Now, some could argue, well, it was his decision. Yes, but it's our job to make sure that we catch these things early on to save people from themselves sometimes. Christmas delivery crew took some trips, took some tips delivering Christmas trees, and they went downtown and bought crack. What did I learn from that? What did we learn from that? We put GPS tracking with geofencing in all of our vehicles. If they go into the high drug areas, we get alarms on our phones. We know one of our cars has gone somewhere it's not supposed to. One of the guys came home and gave it up, and the other guys weren't real happy. Anyway, long story short, a bunch of people split, and the guy that gave it up was found in the bushes with his head caved in the next day. What do you think happened? I don't know, but he's dead. Male found sleeping inside the fishing boat. He was on a dishpan. He's supposed to be sweeping and mopping, and our expediters found him sleeping in our fishing boat. I mean, I can't blame him. He's tired, right? It's the staff's and the older students' job to make sure these things don't happen. Corporate development male caught watching porn at work. One of the funny things about this is we tell them all, like, look, your computers are monitored. If you access social media, if you access pornographic sites, and we get an email and we know which computer it was and we can track it real time. We have a system now where every phone call in and out is recorded. It's a voice over IP system and it records every single phone call. These things help when following things up, obviously. So the guy sleeping in the boat, obviously lack of supervision. Lack of supervision with the staff for the corporate development male, watching porn. Admin girl emailed her boyfriend. Again, lack of supervision. I gotta go? All right. Let me move on. You can read the rest of this. I don't need to go through them all. One more. Things to consider. In my experience over the 27 years I've been doing this, the dirty staff can do the most damage of all. The oldest students know how things work, presenting them with more opportunity to do harm. So just because somebody here has been doing good a while doesn't mean that you trust, but you verify. Don't be blinded by your personal feelings for someone. Just because you like them doesn't mean they won't do anything dumb. And I've seen this happen before with leadership. Oh, but I like him. Okay, it's got nothing to do with this. Trust only earned, never given, and even then, always remain skeptical and verify. Sometimes we gotta remove a problem when they pose an ongoing risk to the population. Don't be afraid to lose one to save the many. If you let someone stay that's detrimental, they can really mess things up. Capers happen, but lax management allows for bigger capers and more often. If it's a whole house problem, we just went through this recently, the whole house needs to be disciplined in some way for allowing it all to happen. We have something we do called a house ban, where basically the entire house goes on contract and they have to earn all their privileges back. It's a fast but very effective solution to very major problems. Usually a house ban takes about 2 weeks to implement. You can get all the dirt out in 2 weeks and get the house back into a humming situation where things are right. Typically when you do that, you're going like shaking a tree, you're gonna lose some of the dead leaves. The last house ban we did, we lost what, 10 people? I think it was maybe 10 people, and most of them were the people that were causing the problem. So, we don't do that often, but when things seem to be really out of hand, that's how we handle it. Any questions?
We didn't mean to rush you, we're just gonna run out of time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Oh, another thing I'll say is that both he and I, once in a while, when we come across something, we may call and consult one another. Feel free if you need guidance.
So you've heard 3 other people explain what a caper is. We are not in the business of housing people. We are in the business of helping people. And if you've never been a drug addict and you've never lived on the street and you've never been to jail and you've never been to prison, I don't want to be offensive, but you're only going to know so much. It is really difficult. I could never, as a man, tell you what it's like to give birth, even if I'm a doctor and I do it 1,000 times. I know what it's like for me. I can never tell you what it's like for you. I know what it feels like for me, what the emotion was for me, but I cannot tell a mother, right? And nor can I pick up on those signs. I've never been through it. We are not in the business of housing. We're in the business of helping, and we will shut our social enterprises down in a nanosecond. We'll send staff out on moves instead of students if we have to, if we have a caper. Now, we haven't had a major caper in probably 4 years where there's been a phone. It was COVID when everybody was sick and we were utilizing this building, and there was only about 5 of us that weren't sick, and every room in this building before the building was open turned into a hospital, and we were feeding, bringing coffee, bringing movies, making sure everybody was okay. There was only a handful of people that were okay, and one of them was running down to the I don't know what was down there, the market, and picked up one of those throwaway phones. That started the process. It happens, right? No matter what we do, it's going to happen. It's been happening for years. Our population, when they get here, did not come here for singing too loud in the church choir. So if you look at people through Sunday school clothes, or through in their Sunday school clothes, through those eyes, don't get into this business. You'll do more harm than good. If you do not understand who you're dealing with, you'll kill more people than you help. And I know that sounds abrasive, but it's the truth. You have to understand, when we get here after being arrested 50 times, we are liars, we are cheaters, we are thieves, we are manipulators, we are self-centered, self-seeking, violent, oftentimes emotionally and physically. If those things don't get addressed, you can get clean and sober, but when you go back out there and those behaviors go with you, how long do you think it'll be before you go to Flacco's house? 10 minutes? 10 days? You're going back. I don't care about clean and sober. I don't like the term. I like the term whole person change. I believe that if that liar, cheater, thief, manipulator gets here and we spend enough time with them and give them the opportunity to learn to tell the truth, to learn to be accountable, to learn to have integrity, to learn to be dependable, to learn to be decent, to learn to be good, you solve the drug problem. And as you listen to Jeff and Taylor and who else spoke? Yes, and Nicholas, right? You listen to them, they're covering all kinds of things that have happened, right? Those things happened while they're clean and sober. All these things that I'm going to share with you right now have happened while they're clean and sober. Drugs aren't the problem. They are not. And if we focus on drugs, you're going to hurt more people than you help. It's not the problem. You'll be amazed when I start reading you. You're going to be going, because what's happening is there's people in here right now that are getting ready to get into this line of work, and maybe some of you are in this line of work, but you have no idea what you're up against. When I read you, because if I asked you right now, you with the same barber as me, what do you think some people do here? What do you think some of the stuff is, how they get dirty here? And what are they doing? Yeah, give me some specifics. What do they do? Yeah. Sex? Yeah. Yeah. Sex, drugs, things on the street. But if I start asking you guys to give me specifics of what our students do, you won't come up with the answers. It is so broad and so varied, it'll blow your mind, right? And I'm going to share some of that with you. But here's the thing. When you get here and you sit on that bench and we take you in that interview room, we tell you, do not talk about your past. Do not talk about drugs. Do not talk about jail. Do not talk about prison. Leave your past at the door. Do you understand, Ted? That's exactly what they do. Yeah, I got it. Now, I'm telling you right now, you will not have any of the capers you saw up here without a conversation. There's never been a caper in the history of capers that did not start with a conversation. Every single caper starts with a conversation. We ask you not to talk about certain things. If you do, now you and I are talking about that new girl that just got here because she has a nice southern exposure. We are now contracted up. Now that we are contracted up, right now we had an inappropriate conversation. He didn't pass it. I didn't pass it. We're dirty. Now 2 days later, we're in the TV room really early in the morning. Just him and I. We're watching sports. We look over at each other. We make that same comment. Pretty soon we're finding a channel that's showing some inappropriate stuff. Now we're contracted up. These are compromises. These are small compromises that probably most of us in this room do. They're small compromises, right? But I call it cancer. Jeff mentioned it. It was on one of his slides. Once you have that cancer, that tiny compromise, you're going to do it again. Then you're going to do it again. Then you're going to do it again and again and again and again. And all these tiny little tiny compromises. And pretty soon, boom, stage 4, metastatic cancer, you're dead. That's how it happens. If we do not focus on behaviors and all those tiny little compromises, we're doing them a disservice. And if you concentrate on all those tiny things, every little thing, the piece of paper in the pocket, him and I over in the corner, what are we doing? What was I just doing? That means I'm having an inappropriate conversation. I am saying something to him that nobody else is supposed to hear. What are you supposed to do when I do that? Pull me up. Hey, we don't whisper here. Then him and I are going to get sat. He's going to be on that chair. I'm going to be on that bench. We're going to be in the quorum. We're going to ask him what he was talking about. He's going to lie. You're going to ask me. I'm going to lie. We know something's going on. Joseph Grenny is never going to have meth in his pocket as a student here, ever, unless what? Unless him and I had a conversation. Unless him and I talked about something we're not supposed to talk about. Now we're contracted up. Then I'm over here with Todd whispering in the corner. Did not get pulled up. Then Todd goes to the thrift store. Is it Amy? He gets with Amy, right? And Amy's keeping point for him while he's in there using the phone at the thrift store. While he's using the phone, he's calling Lisa. Someone walks by, sees Amy, and goes, Amy, what are you doing standing there? Hey, Todd, what are you doing in there? Every tiny little thing we have to pay attention to. Everything. He can't get the drugs in his pocket if I didn't whisper, if him and I didn't have the inappropriate conversation, if Amy's not keeping point for him. Every tiny little thing. So if you're getting ready to get started, you have to understand what you are up against. That's us. And we are far better at it than you, probably. We've been doing it sometimes for decades. And our job is to be as sneaky and as manipulating and as conniving as we possibly can. Very, very few people come here and walk through the front door and throw their hands up and go, I am all yours. I will do whatever you ask. Do what? Okay, do what? It just doesn't happen. That's not what we've been doing for decades. So you have to understand that. So it's funny, I had a slideshow, it's in my office, that I was gonna do, right? But a couple days ago, we experienced a little caper. No sex, no phones, nothing like that. But I got about 20 cleanup sheets here, about 20, right? People cleaning up. The most fascinating, sitting in the TV room, picking their nose and flicking the boogers across the room. Would anybody have guessed that? They're dirty, they know they're not. These are adults. Spitting on the property. Taking an extra drink when they're not supposed to. Talking vulgarly about the women. I mean, the list goes on. I'll read you some that'll make you go, holy cow, you have no idea, right? But what happened was somebody left. They went out there. They got a job. They had a job for a couple of months. And then they decided that they wanted to smoke some fentanyl. The employer, because the relationship they have with us, called and said, hey, Dave, I'm getting on an airplane right now. I just want to let you know that so-and-so was at work today, and they dropped their lighter. And then he was throwing up, and he decided he needed to go home because he was sick. I just think something's wrong. So we immediately look into it. We go get him. We bring him over. He comes to my office. We look at him. We go, holy shit, look at you. You are loaded. And he was, right? So he leaves. The guy he was doing it with left, right? But one of them learned enough in his time here to call back the next day. And he started cleaning up. And he started just rambling on the phone. And I said, why are you telling me this? He says, because you deserve to know. And I'm taking all these notes, right? I don't remember who was in my office. I'm writing all these notes down. He's cleaning up. And we were able to persuade him to come back and take a seat on the bench, right? And then he started to really clean up and write everything down. And you have to be prepared to do this, right? And then all the other names start coming up. All the other names, inappropriate conversation. We did this, we did this, we did this, we did this. Then you got to start grabbing everybody, putting them on the chairs, right? Which is like putting them on the bench, giving them a pad of paper. And, you know, a couple mornings ago when we had the whole house in here, all the staff was in here, we gave it to the house decent. I mean, to the point where it was a very vicious haircut to the whole house. That some of you in this room right now, your names are on these papers, and you know who you are. You know who you are. Your names are on this paper, and if after our morning meeting you come in and you start cleaning up on your own, then there'll be some consequences. But like Jeff said, door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, it's gonna be far less. Own whatever you've done. If we have to come find you, I'm gonna give you 5 times. You'd be amazed how many people we had to go find. And when they got there 4 hours, I asked them if they know arithmetic. What's 4 times 5? They said 20. I said, that's what you got. 6 hours. What's 6 times 5? 30. That's what you got. We had to come find you. You have to understand who they are. They will hold on to it. They'll take it to their grave. It is our population. We've been doing it for 20 or 30 years. We are not going to be accountable until we're painted into a corner, literally. And this is what we're in the business of. We are not in the business of running a moving company. We are not in the business of running a thrift store. This is what we are in the business of. That just helps generate this. The jobs help all this stuff come out. That is not what we're in the business of. Want to run a moving company? Go start one. Want to open a thrift store? Go open one. This is what we're in the business of, helping people. And like the others said, right? Once you open up that can of worms and you figure out something's going on, you better be prepared to stay as long as it's going to take. And sometimes it takes a few days. And sometimes we'll have 20 people sitting on chairs all around the house with yellow pads of paper. And sometimes they throw the pad of paper on the ground, they write nothing, but their name's on 30 of them already. You know what I mean? And sometimes you play the waiting game. And sometimes you play good cop, bad cop. Todd, come on, man. You've got a 15-year prison sentence suspended over your head. You've been doing this your whole damn life. Your pattern for the last 26 years before you got here is the same shit. Your name's on every one of these pads of paper. If I tell you I just did the work for you, start writing. I mean, that's really what we do. Start writing. And it comes with that adjective, right? Start writing. Clean it up. Do something you've never done before. Try something you've never tried before. Be accountable. Right? So, sometimes that's what it takes. Other times I won't deal with Todd. Sharon will deal with Todd, or Chris will, or Robert will, or whoever, right? And then you bring people into quorum, then you bring them back out and you set them down. There's so many different things you have to do. But we're not doing this to get you in trouble. You've already done that. We're doing this to get you out of trouble. Because if you come here, if you lived on the streets and in jails and prisons for a number of years and did all the things that I articulated earlier, and then you come here and you do the same things here and you leave, I promise you, if you take nothing else from this, take this. The way you do your stay is the way you'll do your life. The way you do your stay is the way you'll do your life. If you come here and you do your stay clean, squeaky clean, doesn't mean you didn't get dirty, it means you cleaned it up. But if you leave here clean, your odds of success are far greater. If you come here and you get dirty and you've got all that cancer that's spreading through your whole system, and you get out that threshold, out that door, you're like, whoo, got away with it. What do you think you're gonna go do? You're gonna continue with that same behavior. Our job is to break that cycle, to break those patterns. Watched Anthony horseplay with Nick. We asked people not to horseplay, so they saw him horseplaying, right? Sometimes horseplay leads to what? Fighting. We asked you not to horseplay. Didn't say anything, didn't pass the information. Why didn't he pass the information? Because he was dirty. He probably couldn't pass the information on Anthony because he was already contracted up with him, right? So when you're contracted up with him, you're not gonna pass the information. Then when you go to groups, you're not gonna play the groups with the people you're contracted up with, and pretty soon in the groups, you only have 3 people talking to each other in a room full of 25. The house is dirty. Had inappropriate conversations with Sean about fentanyl. Why would any student here be talking to another student about fentanyl? Could you imagine where that could take you? Lied to Clay and Drew that they asked me if I was dirty. Heard some students swear on moves. Had conversations about pasts with somebody else before we got there. Didn't pull Sam up. Did my junior retreat dirty. That sucks, right? Wasn't honest in a very important time. Flicking boogers in the TV room. Lied about hygiene date. So hygiene date, filling out a form, but scratched out the date, weren't accountable. The list goes on. Conversations with Anthony, younger students, asked about Stephen, asked about a guy and how he was burnt out and stuff. Talking, bad rapping is what we call it, about other students, right? Now this guy's contracted up with this guy. Sometimes I wait to use the restroom until I'm back to work. While I was on contract, I was going to my room to take a break. I mean, the list goes on. I used a plastic toothpick and took it. I had house coverage and did not have a cover and did not say anything, not being accountable. I mean, the list, and these seem petty, right? It seems petty, but when you continually do the wrong thing and you're not accountable, what does it become? What does it become? And if you had cancer on the street, what are the 2 ways that you fix it? Chemo and radiation. When you have cancer here, or surgery, yeah, but we'll call it chemo and radiation, right? When you have cancer here, pass the information, do the consequences. There's your chemo, there's your radiation. It's exactly the same. Once you have that poison, it's going to kill you. So over the last couple of days prior to the summit, right, we started sorting through all of this, and one thing led to another, and most of it's all conversations. But in catching it now with all this, no cell phones, no sneaking off property, no drugs, no sex. But if we didn't catch it, if this did not happen, if somebody didn't make the mistake, and the important part is not so much the mistake that they made when they started using again, but if the relationship with the Other Side Academy wasn't strong enough for them to call back and go, I want to clean up. That opened up this. This is going to prevent all kinds of other stuff from happening. And you need to remember this as well. If you have a therapeutic community, your community's dirty. It's never clean. I don't care what you think, it's never clean. There's always, when a caper's finished, the next one's starting. When that one's finished, 3 other ones are starting. People are having conversations, starting the process. Our job, right, and we have a training that we do, it's called Red Flags. You heard some of the other speakers kind of talk about it, right? This is really important. Knowing your people. Avoids or no longer makes eye contact. So you get to know your students really well. And then I'm right here in this glass bowl, right? And they walk by and they no longer look inside there, and it happens. They come by every morning, good morning, Dave, morning, Dave. And they no longer do that. Why would that change? Right? Or they never do that. They never say good morning, Dave. Morning, Dave. What are they doing? They're checking the cards. What's my reaction to that? That tells them whether or not I'm onto them, right? They're checking the cards. They'll start to crumb you. Avoid physical space. So sometimes when you live with this population, it's like your kids or your spouse, you get to know them. If you start cheating on your spouse, you're going to show up differently with them the next time you're in their presence. You're going to be super sweet and super nice, right? Because you want to make up for what you did, because your guilt is eating at you. Are you with me? You're supposed to all say no because you don't know what that's like. Same thing here. You live with the population. You get to know them. And then when you're walking through the outside in the alleyway or in the parking lot and they start to go around you and avoid you, you know something's wrong. And you have to be attuned to that. Sphere of influence changes. People will click up. Somebody was talking about it earlier. Nicholas or somebody was. One of the 3 were talking about it. Usually you kind of start making some friends and nobody realizes that you don't come here to make friends. You do not come here to make friends, but if you stay long enough, friends will be made. It's just not over a bowl of mush on day 1. They're not your friend yet, but you'll start to click up. So you pay attention to those clicks, right? And if one guy's dirty and the other guy's dirty, you know that the rest of them are probably in on it. Passing crumbs. I missed pull-ups. Like some of these would just say, I missed pull-ups. That was the first thing they cleaned up. Well, what pull-ups did you miss? I don't remember. Well, you said you missed pull-ups. You said, I missed pull-ups. What are they? Why would you write it if you can't give me one example of the pull-up? And then usually they pull one out. And it's usually somebody else that's dirty. And you start to peel the layers of the onion back. And then pretty soon you've got what we have here, the whole stack. But pay attention to those red flags. Start to build injustices or finding reasons to leave. The guy's been here for 1.5 years. He's super positive. He's usually always at work. He's got a really good attitude. Then all of a sudden, he's a shit stick. Something happened. What's happening? Pull him in, sit down, start asking him those questions. If you've got a relationship with him, you'll probably get him to get there. But pay attention to those things. Watch his staff and or hustle. This happens a lot. Me and Joseph, me and somebody else, other staff members will be over here talking, and the guy will be on community service, and he'll be sweeping, and he'll intentionally sweep over next to us, wondering if we're talking about him. Or they'll be over there eating, and they'll just kind of walk slowly to the trash can, right? As you're sitting at the table talking, really slowly to the trash can, because they want to know what staff is talking about. All those tiny little nuanced things your staff absolutely has to pay attention to. And even with this group here, some of them are the older students. They're the ones that understand the system the best. They're the ones you have to watch the most. The longer they're here, it's human nature, you become entitled. And when you become entitled, you start to do things that you know you're not supposed to do because you feel like you've got them coming. Nobody has anything coming here. The day you got accepted, you already got what you had coming. You got your opportunity. So watch the older students too. We're running out of time. Begins to want to do favors for staff. Begins isolating, sitting by themselves in their heads, probably having that thought about leaving. When conversations become whispers or stops when approached, acknowledges staff from across the room, all the things I already articulated. So if you've already got one started, pay attention to those signs. If you don't, understand what you're up against, but never lose sight when you're running a TC with our population to remember who they are the day they get here. It's okay to look at them and want the best for them later on, but you have to understand who they are the day they get to that TC. They're not fixed because they walk through the threshold. All those bad behaviors, remember this, all those bad behaviors that led them to prison 4 times and to jail 36 times came with them. They're here. Times 120. Pay attention. Make sense? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, make any comments?
Are we done?
Yeah.
Yeah,
with that
just a
session.
brief comment. Is it on? It is on, yes, yeah. So,
We've asked Dr. DeLeon for a few comments about papers that have been sent.
I don't have much to add, but, and it's a very exciting presentation today, as a matter of fact, and takes me back, you know, to the wartime days. Just a couple of points just to reiterate it. And again, I really want to compliment the presenters on this. They did wonderfully on this. The original therapeutic community, all of what you've heard today is the community management side of the therapeutic community. And that is what was the main tool available with, as Dave pointed out, with the population that we're dealing with, in the old traditional language, kind of the character disordered population. What was the main tool? And of course, the main tool was essentially bringing the entire house together and making the entire house involved in trying to clean itself up. My days in Phoenix House these were really frequent. They were called the general meeting at the time, and that's a special meeting, and they were not infrequent. Which makes the empirical point is the house is always going bad. Systems are always in constant state of erosion. I think Vinny said that some 50 years ago. I think that's one of the lines that Vinny Marino said. Systems are always in a state of erosion. And so that this is the real business when you're dealing with this population. Then here's the second point. And it has to come out, not for cleaning it up. If the, in quotes, the negative behavior doesn't appear, it can never change. So it is set up, the pressure on the client through these tactics is a designed pressure. It's supposed to happen. We don't like it. It's a pain in the ass. It's a great challenge on staff. And we know it somehow creates a cosmetic picture that's difficult. You know, I mean, the house is in trouble and lying, and you heard all the casualties of this. But think of this. If the, in quotes, the negative behavior, attitudes, or whatever, does not appear, if the patterns don't appear, you can't change them. And of course, the population has learned all the subversive ways in which to try to not make it appear. So when you're in the business, this is the part that I want to just simply reinforce. This, when you're working with this population, it's supposed to happen. And so you have to have a high-powered, sophisticated technology like you've been hearing, and it's terrific work what you've been hearing. I can tell you, very precious teaching here on this, with the understanding that if I'm working with this kind of a population, you notice that the population emphasis had criminal histories, not simply drug history, but heavy on the criminal history. That's where the whole criminal thinking issues have come out and so on. Yes, this is what you have to have in your technology. You got to be ready for the general meeting. And the ones that I remember were very severe. They would go, the whole house might be out of commission for two weeks, 3 weeks at a time. It was like living in a morgue for a while, you know what I mean? Everybody doing this. And it was, of course, the rationale in the last analysis is not only as this is the distinctive treatment for the character disorder, and it is, it's that the reason it's totally necessary in this approach is not only this issue that this is the treatment, in quotes, the treatment of choice for this character, but
A community can't last if it continues. So this is your behavior, this goes on, if this went on for 36 hours, the community is out of commission, and the whole approach, the whole house is threatened by this behavior. So that's the two reasons, the justifications. You'll never change if it doesn't appear, and this community can't last if it appears too much. It's that remarkable paradox, you understand, that we have to deal with. The conventional mental health system does not understand it at all. They do not understand this at all. There's rare birds in terms of counselors, social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, who understand that. They just write it off as character disorder. They try to somehow get a different framework to understand it about what's wrong with this client. That's what's so offensive to them, to the mental health community. They see it, it looks lousy when you see it in motion. If you have mental health people visiting a general meeting, they're offended by it. And they back away from it because it could get very, very harsh. And it looks like we're absolutely abusing 90 people sitting in the room here, you know what I mean, in this respect. And so I greatly appreciate these presentations by very skillful people, and I think it's terrific that you did it. Now comes the qualifier. Populations that TCs are teaching are now increasingly mixed and changing. So you now have to be aware of, am I dealing with the same population that Dave so stridently made the point? You know what I mean? This is the population. You have to be careful about this. TC started to get in trouble when they said, give me your people and we'll deal with them. Give me your mentally ill, give me your adolescents, you understand? Give me your poly drug abusers, you understand? And we'll deal with them. And we've got the technique to deal with them. And it was not quite really the character sort of picture that you've been hearing, and why you have to go, as you've heard, you have to go after every minute manifestation of that and catch it in motion. We had changing populations and we started to make mistakes on this. It started to look very abusive to this, and you had a lot of the residents, you had big dropout rates from all of this, and we didn't quite understand that maybe we were essentially turning a cannon on the wrong issue. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean incidentally that this whole the general meeting is not still a potent intervention in community, but you now have to handle it recognizing which population you're dealing with, and essentially to maximize its utility in this way. It can easily move into an abusive picture if that's the only way you think you're dealing with everybody in this population. And even in our programs, not everybody was as serious a character disorder, and they would be threatened right away with all of this, Doesn't mean you got to essentially throw it all out the window, but you just need to be understanding of who you're dealing with and when we really want to run it. And I can tell you the component, I'll stop then. The component that's got to be added even in the general meeting, even with the highly susceptible populations. Always you have to bring home the issue. It's you, the life that you have to change, but it's also the threat to this community. Why we do what we do is that we can't tolerate it in the community because the community will die. And you can't continue to do it because you will die. But they've got to hear the community consequence to this, not simply for themselves. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for that presentation. I thought it was terrific.
Let's hear it for all of our presenters. Let's take a break until 10 minutes. So at 20 to 3, let's come back to reconvene. Ready for our next session? Let's go ahead and get started. All right, we're going to, this session is aftercare services and graduate services, what's worked, and if things haven't worked, we'll share from that. We'll first hear from Lindsay Nelson and Matt Sims, and they're from the Other Side Academy. Then we'll hear from Jeff Nash from Habilitat, and then Herb from TROSA.
Can you guys hear me all right? Like Tim said, my name is Matthew. I'm one of the senior staff members here at the Other Side Academy. I got here at the beginning of 2016 as a student. I was a student for 4 years before I became a staff member, so I've been working here ever since. I met some of you yesterday. Hello again. At the warehouse. So that's the social enterprise that I help to manage in order to generate revenue for the Other Side Academy. So my office is down on 53rd, a few miles away. That's where I spend the majority of the daytime, and then the student development piece here at night. So the piece that I want to talk about is like the post or the pre-grad like workout phase, the transitional period from being a student here at the Other Side Academy to rejoining the community. It's an extensive, long process. We think that that's a very important part to have that long transitional period rather than here, I just graduated the Other Side Academy and just kind of throw you back into the community and just expect you to make it. It's broke down into about 3 different parts. We have a workout phase, a pre-grad phase, and then we have a post-grad phase, which is the graduate program. They move over to the, across the street. They go through, a few different things. I'll get to it. But in our workout phase, if they choose to graduate at their earliest time, that would start at 24 months. So from 24 months to 27 months, that's the workout phase. Not a whole lot changes for that person other than they have a job outside of the Other Side Academy. They still participate in all of our groups. They participate in all of the activities. They still but they're still students. So they just do student things. They just have another job outside of the academy. They're granted a cell phone at that time. That cell phone is usually just for work purposes. And then they actually turn the phone in at night, kind of slowly giving them, some of these things back. And then that's it. That's our 24 to 27 month workout kind of phase. At the 27 months, we go into the pre-grad. The pre-grad phase is a little bit more of kind of like social media, some phones, maybe different things will be given to the students. That way it's kind of a slower integration. When you graduate from the Other Side Academy, there's a lot of restrictions, I guess, here. There's a lot of structure. So when you leave here, you're really excited. There's things that you want that you weren't able to get here at the Other Side Academy. So you try to take all of it on. Same time, all of it too fast, and that can explode. So our process is to kind of slowly give some of those things back. Like I said, the social media, the cell phones, kind of the autonomy. So 27 to 30 months, that's the pre-grad phase. What changes there is you're allowed to go home, do family visits by yourself. Usually you have a strength with you as a student. You have somebody that can kind of hold you accountable on your visits and help you with your boundaries with your family. But as that pre-grad, you can go home on your family visits alone. You're allowed to keep your cell phone now in your pocket. You know, you can take it home with you. Obviously, you're expected to behave yourself and to not do things that you wouldn't normally do, I guess, as a student. But you're kind of just given that one more piece that, you know, is coming eventually when you graduate the Other Side Academy. So, like I said, we just kind of slowly give you these things, you know, as you progress. And then they're all monitored. So with the social media, you're going to friend request, I guess, everybody that works here, so that they can kind of monitor what you're posting, what you're doing, kind of help you, you know, move through that process, I guess. When you graduate, so you're at your 30 months, you are allowed to stay here for an additional year while you save money, while you pay some debts back, while you maybe catch up on some child support, you buy a car, you have some job security because now you've been doing that for a year. So it kind of allows you to clean up some of your mess that you've made, you know, throughout your life. During that graduate phase, you'll live across the street in one of those apartments. If you choose to have your own room, if it's available, you'll have some subsidized rent, $400 a month. If you bunk with somebody else or you're sharing a room with somebody else, then that rent goes down to $200 a month. Very affordable compared to what's out there these days. During that graduate phase, they'll be enlisted into a financial literacy class, and she'll talk more on that financial literacy as soon as I'm done. But I always encourage our graduates to stick the whole 15 months out. They don't have to stay for the graduate program. But during that graduate program, like I said, they're catching up on some of their bills. They've now had a car, a job, all of these things. They've had practice with all of this stuff. But then they also get to come here and hang out with the students. They get to come and still get free food. We'll pack their lunches and send their lunches with them. So that gives them an even better opportunity to save up their money. So, sorry, my mouth's a little dry. Yeah, a little water. Thanks. So as you can see, that the design of it, I guess, is to slowly give you some of these things back. A big thing that we run into with our students when they're ready to graduate is they're so excited to get out there. And when you're that excited, you just come and you try to take everything on, like I said, all at once. And then it becomes overwhelming. And then you start forgetting everything that you've learned here at the Other Side Academy. You stop, if there's something that has to leave your life, you always keep the things that you want, but the Other Side Academy and the program and the people that have helped you get there, you start kind of pushing those things out. And then you start taking on these things that you want, the dating, the going to hanging out with your friends and your family and everything else, and then you kind of forget where kind of what got you there. So we try to help people slowly work through that. Your process, I guess, would start if you choose to graduate at your earliest convenience. You would be from, 24 to 40 months can be the entirety of the, transitional graduate program. And then if somebody needed to stay longer for whatever reason, they just had to have to have that conversation with Dave. And sometimes that's possible. If they need somewhere to stay for just a little bit longer than a year, then that would be okay too. But I think after this, we'll open it up for some questions. I hope I didn't leave anything out. Yeah, go ahead. Get your beard back. When do you get
to have your beard back?
As soon as you graduate, then you can have your beard back. And obviously, I didn't stop growing mine as soon as I could. Yeah.
At what stage in the process do the students start to accumulate some savings, or some of the income is held by them?
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So as soon as they get their own job at 24 months is when they'll start saving their money. But they're not in control of their money from 24 to 27 months. We're in control of their money. A lot of the times there's a debt that's owed to the Other Side Academy. We help people get their driver's licenses while they're here. We help them with, sometimes it's child support, sometimes it's, restitution, things like that. Sometimes we have to cover those things because, it makes the judge happy. He doesn't want to wait until they're done. So they have kind of a debt to the Other Side Academy. From 27 to 30 months will allow them to now regain control of their money, and they can pay off those debts. They can go buy a car. They just have control of their money, but they also present that to us here at the academy so we can kind of help them with spending habits. And then they enroll into the financial literacy class, which makes them save a certain amount of money every single month in order for them to get the match that she'll touch on as soon as she talks. So, say again. At 27 months, the match starts. As soon as you start the class.
At what point are they eligible for the match? So at 24 months, they can start saving?
Yeah, because now they have their own job. Before that, they just worked for the Other Side Academy, and all of that money came back into the house. At the 24 months when they choose to graduate, that's when they go into the community and get their own job. And then all of their money is given back to them. But we just kind of help them control it and, funnel it to where it needs to go and kind of teach them some financial responsibility. So 27 months when they enroll in the class is when they'll start saving for their match.
Matt, just to clarify things, when we talk about the fines and fees, what ends up happening is the vast majority of the students who come to us, many of which have lost their licenses, far more so than those who haven't. Sometimes it's $300 for the citation, sometimes it's $3,000. What we've decided to do, and I'll never forget my conversation with Kevin McDonald early on, they were paying everybody's fines and fees to get them their licenses. And as we've progressed and become bigger and become able to do that, when you're no longer a freshman and you graduate to sophomore, we start taking everybody to the DMV to see what their record looks like. And we will help pay those fines and fees. I want every single person to leave here with a license. Some of them even have to require a breathalyzer, and we have some cars that will allow them to put the breathalyzer in so they can use that car to go to and from work, and then when they save their money to buy their own car, we transfer the breathalyzer into theirs. But at the end, we ask them to pay us back. And the reason why that's important, number one, we're not in the business of paying everybody's fines and fees, but we will. And you're either going to pay for it later on if you ever get to that point, and many people, that's such a daunting task that they never even get there, or we can do it now, it's taken care of, and then you can pay TOSA back later. Really important that it gets done, because then you feel like you've accomplished that, right? You've got your license back. That helps you when you leave. Sometimes we pay a $3,000 fine when someone's been here for 9 months and they split. It happens. But by and large, far more people succeed because of it, and that's what we're in the business of doing. We'll take those hits if we have to.
For folks that have an alcohol problem, you got the breathalyzer on the vehicle, or someone who, during their treatment process here, or their process here, has a substance abuse or is still thinking about substance abuse. Once they graduate, do you steer them towards AA or any of the community groups as an extra layer of protection as they go out, another way to address their issues?
I think that some of our students have sought out their own therapy for different emotional, type reasons, and that's not necessarily something that I've funneled somebody towards, but I believe that after being here at the Other Side Academy for 24 months, they've kind of worked a lot of those things out. Plus, they've got all of us in their corner, all of us staff, mentors, and everybody to kind of help be that therapy and that continuing, piece after the Other Side Academy. So that's usually what happens. As long as you stay connected to the house, that's kind of your continued therapy if you're still maybe struggling. Throughout my entire time here, I would say that this design should be a lot longer than 24 months. It should be a lot longer than 30 months. It should be 4 or 5 years, because everybody who stayed here that long has been successful. It's like a 99% success rate. Not very many people fall after that much practice. So I always push somebody towards more and more and more. I would like them to stay as long as they possibly can as a student before they even, consider going to the graduate program, and then they get all that practice, and a lot of the times they don't need things like AA or NA.
how does the graduation, like process look like if somebody's committed to a third, fourth, fifth year? Is that something that they can start at any point at that point? Or is it if they commit to a year, they have to see that year through and then they're eligible to graduate? Or what does that look like for like a master student, so to speak?
We hope that if they make a commitment to stay for an additional year, they stay for the entire year. If they choose to stay for 6 months, maybe that's their commitment, and then they stay for that full 6 months. Whatever they commit to, we hope that they commit to that. They fulfill that commitment. Now, if they choose to, in the middle of that commitment, decide, I don't think I want to stay anymore, yes, there's a path to letting them graduate before that commitment's full, as long as they're past their 30 months or whatever. And then we'll help them, integrate into their workout phase, their pre-grad phase, their graduate phase. So
One of the difficult things that we're up against when someone commits to a third year, let's say they commit to a third year, they come in, they tell us all they're staying a third year, they articulate why they want to stay a third year, and they are committed, right? Now, we've made some promises to our students. If you stay and graduate, you can go to graduate housing, you can enter the financial literacy class, you can save a certain amount of money, and we will match it. So one of the one of the debates and one of the conversations that staff has is, if they break their commitment, should we break ours? Because it would be easy to do. You broke your commitment, you don't get the match. It'd be really easy to do, right? To teach that lesson, to make a commitment and keep it. But I think as we've discussed that for the last couple of years going forward, we've still allow them to go into the match. We don't want to become them and break our commitment because we broke theirs. But believe me, it's not always easy, because they might break their commitment and want to start working out that day and vacate their job, and we have to try to fill that spot. And one of the lessons, one of our beliefs is, make and keep promises. So it's not easy when we have to make those decisions.
any other questions?
Thank you. So I was just kind of curious about the match. I just wanted to know when you guys started doing that, the reasons. I mean, I get the reason behind it in a sense of like it adding the third year, keeping people longer, and then like obviously the success rate's so much higher. But I was wondering if you could just go a little bit more into like the matching of the savings.
I think that is a perfect time for Lindsay to jump in.
All right. Hi. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lindsay. I am a graduate of the John Vulcan Academy, and I have worked here at the Other Side Academy for almost 6 years now as human resources and executive assistant. And I will tell you about the Financial Success Program. So the Financial Success Program is an initiative that we kicked off in 2020 with the hopes of removing barriers to successful reintegration into society. So they come here, they do the hard work of achieving that whole person change. And then when they're done and they're ready to go back out, reintegrate into society, at that point, they face a lot of significant disadvantages. So, as many of you may be familiar with, some of the unique challenges our population faces are felony records, which can make it difficult to secure employment or housing. Debt, a lot of debt, whether that's in the form of restitution, court fines, past due child support. Oftentimes they're garnished. So if they owe money to the state of Utah, they can be garnished for, and it's always 25% of their net pay. So that combined with the other bills and garnishments, that can be a real challenge. Oftentimes they also lack healthy families and support systems outside of the academy. So to answer some of these challenges, we partnered with Ally Bank to create this program. It was another staff member of the Other Side Academy, John Labuti, and myself, and we worked with Ally to create this program. They have provided the curriculum for the financial literacy classes. They provided some of the grant funding for the match, and they teach many of the classes. John and I teach some, as well as other graduates who have completed the program. So they have been amazing to work with, and they've been champions of our cause since day one. So these are just some of the other community partners that have contributed to the match. Okay, so how the program's structured is, on the financial side, it's 12 months long, and there are 18 financial literacy lessons. It's a pretty comprehensive financial literacy course, and yeah, so they'll get 18 lessons in 12 months. They are required to save a certain amount each month that we get with them beforehand, and we agree what they can afford and what their goals are for saving, and we decide amount. And they have to save that every month for 12 months. We also make them learn how to budget and create a budget every month so that they learn and practice. You know, if you have different things coming up this month, maybe it's Christmas, maybe whatever, that your budget has to be flexible and that you can work with that on an ongoing basis. And then on the program side, they have to do the minimum residential part of the program and be in their workout before they start the program. We have a graduate housing requirement for the program, so they have to live on campus in graduate housing for 12 months after they graduate. And we find that is probably one of the most potent pieces of this program, because the influence that living on campus and being immersed in this culture for a whole nother year has is huge. And so with, you know, as Matthew mentioned, living on campus, they have to go to weekly groups and abide by all the rules that he mentioned. Okay, so the crown jewel of the program is the savings match. It was written to incentivize a longer stay in the program as a student prior to graduation. So those who stay the minimum commitment of 2 years get 50 cents to the dollar match up to $2,500. So if they save $5,000, we'll match them $2,500. 3-year students, however, or anyone who stays 3 or more years, they get a 2-to-1 match up to $10,000. We have that discrepancy built in very deliberately to not only incentivize a longer stay, but because we believe that, you know, I'm going to trust a 3-year graduate a little better with that money than I would someone who just did the minimum commitment. And then I always like to say, while the match is helpful by itself, it would have no long-term impact. It's the skills, the education, and the extra year in the community that make all the difference. These are just some of the lesson topics. The curriculum's changed a little bit as we've gone, changing with the needs of our graduates, and we've added one class on investing because there was a lot of interest in that. So it's evolving as we go. Some numbers for you guys so far. From November 2020, when we kicked it off till now, 90 students have joined the program. Only 43 have completed so far. 6 cohorts have completed, and 7 and 8 are underway right now. Well, 8 starts next Thursday. So, in total, since 2021, when the first cohort finished, we have matched $375,000. And you can see the little annual breakdown there. It has increased each year. The total amount saved by graduates to date is $235,416. Pretty good. We also are working on some other ways to measure the impact, and we're going to be circling back with older graduates who've been out of the program longer to kind of measure the impact better. But so far, this is what we have. As you guys know, we measure success by what we call DCE, drug-free, crime-free, and employed. So out of all the graduates who were eligible during the time of the finance program, those who opted out, and a surprising number do opt out because they don't want to live on graduate housing. They don't want to stay on campus and live under the rules and stuff. So of those that opted out, 67% are drug-free, crime-free, and employed. Of those that enrolled but failed to complete, only 44% are. Now, for the vast majority of this group, they're not dropping out of the financial literacy program. They are getting dirty, you know, maybe relapsing, and they're asked to leave graduate housing. They're asked to leave the program, and therefore they forfeit the program and the match. So out of those that have completed the financial success program, 87% are drug-free, crime-free, and employed. Yep. If they're asked to leave graduate housing, they have to end the program and they forfeit the match. Any money that they've put into savings is obviously theirs, but it won't be matched. So yeah, we're seeing a real impact. Yeah.
So real quick, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying here. So if you have 100 graduates, you're saying 67% of them opt out and do not do this program?
No, I'm saying that out of the graduates that opted out
Yeah.
of the program, 67% of them are drug-free, crime-free, and employed.
Okay.
So that the percentage is the success rate of that particular group. So 67% success rate among those who opted out, 44% success rate among those that failed out of the program, essentially, or were asked to leave. And then of those that completed it, it's 87% are drug-free, crime-free, and employed.
Okay. So okay. Because I was looking at the numbers and they didn't add up to 100%. So I'm going, wait, how does this work? Do you understand that? Okay.
Any other questions?
Where exactly is the match housed? In other words, do you actually give it to the student and they control it? Or do you hold on to it until they complete the program and then they get it?
So it's matched at the end of the program. It's matched upon completion. We have them open their own Ally account, and that is where they're putting their money month after month as they save it. And then once they've completed the program, checked all the boxes, we have kind of a get together and we write them a check. And we do fundraising and stuff to gain the funds to write those checks. But yeah, so we just write them a check, and then they have access to their money in their own Ally account as well.
I have two questions. Hi. One is, how do you know it's their money that's getting deposited and saved in there, that you're not matching someone else's contribution? And the other one is, how do you measure drug-free, crime-free, and employed? Like at what is there a point in time at which you measure that?
I believe how that works. Well, I'll answer the first part first. We don't, not 100%, but we know them. We know where they're working. We know their financial struggles. We know if they're being garnished. We know, we feel like we have a pretty good read on their financial situation. And I think if it looked shady and suddenly these, deposits are going in that we don't think they can afford, we would look into that. We haven't run into that yet, but we don't know with 100%. And then to answer the second part of your question, I believe we have regular, I don't know how frequently, maybe quarterly.
Yeah, so once a year, we're looking at criminal records, we're looking at employment records. To those two, we can feel pretty confident about the numbers because we're getting external data on the drug-free, either they're self-reporting or with we don't have the 50 years history, so we can look at all of our graduates and someone knows someone who knows them, and being able to say, how are they doing? Are they, running amok, or are they, staying clean? And so the drug-free is our least, statistically defensible, but we generally feel like we've got a pretty good idea. All the staff stays so close through the network that they really have a good idea if they're doing well or not. And we do that, and we report that once a year. So we then take that data and say, okay, those who went through the financial literacy, 87% of them are drug-free. Those who opted out, 67% of them. Those who went into the program and then left, usually they're leaving because they got attracted by something shiny out there. And absolutely, anytime, Karen.
It's not a question. I just wanted to add that we don't rely on the honesty approach either. We have staff members that are clearly overseeing this program, and the monthly deposits or the biweekly deposits, we're making sure that the deposits are being made. And so it's not just, okay, at the end of the year, we're going to make sure the $5,000 is there. We're making sure biweekly or monthly that the deposits are being made consistently.
I'll follow up with you.
Is there a contract or an MOU for this program?
There's an agreement that they sign.
Sorry.
And there's an agreement that they sign. Yep.
So they understand coming in if they fail, the matching funds, so on and so forth, but there's a written document of some sort?
Yes, and they sign that, and it also gives us the ability to look at their accounts. Not independently, they show them to me, but basically there's us to have that access.
Real quick, it's important to note also, in case there was any confusion, there is a max on the match. If you stayed 2 years and went through the financial literacy class and stayed the additional year and all you saved was the minimum 5,000, you get a 50 cent on the dollar match. If you stayed for a complete 3 years on your third year, then went to graduate housing and you save a minimum of 5, go through the financial literacy class, then it's a 2-to-1 match. It is definitely incentive to stay longer. Remember, we've all talked about the dosage effect. The longer you're here, the better. So we incentivize that. The other thing that's important is the process in which we do things. We don't teach the financial literacy class as soon as you get here as a freshman. That would be ridiculous. Teach the financial literacy class on the back end. If you do it on the front end, then if you teach all those classes on the front end, then 6 months later you think you've got everything taken care of because you just learned it didactically in a class and now you can leave. Teach it on the back end while you're managing the money, teach the class. It seems to be much more effective.
Lindsay, one more question, sorry. So when the match happens, you guys create some sort of fundraising event, and then whatever money isn't provided from that event, you'll just...
So it's not one singular event. It's kind of throughout the year. Kathy actually is the one who manages that, and she's got it all figured out well in advance. Knows how many people are coming up that are going to need, how much money is going to be needed for the next year. And yeah, so it's not one single event, and LA always provides a certain amount, and we just have to get the rest.
And I might add to that, you notice the list of the different banks. We've really leaned heavily into the banks, and that's Kathy's run a quarterly or bi-monthly meeting with these banks. They come together, part of our development committee, and they all have CRA funds, a CRA, Community Reinvestment Act. They're required to spend a certain percentage of their revenues that they generate within the state, and they have to spend it within the state. So they're always looking for projects that create employment, that create financial literacy, that create housing. We meet all of those. All of you should be reaching out to the banks in your area. If there's a local or even a national bank that has an office, they are required to be spending CRA funds within the state, and they're a good source of funding for all sorts. Some will do grants, some will do grants with loans, and some will do just looking at, but we were able to get some loans early on when no other bank would touch us, but through the CRA funds, we were able to get some loans.
Can you get the microphone? We need you on the tape.
Some banks that are not subject to those CRA laws, they still do that. They still go under that same umbrella because they want to have an impact in their community. So even your credit unions and other smaller banks, they'll still do that same thing. So.
I realized how serious it was when just a few months ago, we wrote a check for $170,000 to graduates who had met, and each one of them got a $10,000 check. So we had, it was a big impact, but we had the funds from banks that had been donated to us for that purpose. So it didn't come out of our operating expenses, it was through donations. But that's a sizable amount to be going into helping our graduates move forward. All right, let's turn it over to Habilitat, I'm sorry, and we will then get Trosa after, will it be Herb? Yeah.
All right, my name is Travis Sanders. I actually run the induction department at Habilitat. I showed up on Habilitat's doorstep on February 10th, 2016, and I've been there ever since. So when we talk about graduate and aftercare services, there was a time when people would just get told they're graduating, you got 2 weeks to find a job and go start living your life, right? And that didn't work out so great. I bet a bunch of you can contest to that. So it starts for us in post reentry. That is the third mandatory stage of our program. So they're eligible to get into post once they prove that they understand what we're doing around there and they have no problems demonstrating them in their daily routines. If you do it on a time frame, it's probably somewhere between 20 to 24 months. In this phase, they're responsible for getting their affairs in order so they can smoothly transition back to life in the community. Within our community, they're viewed as the leaders and mentors amongst the residents, and we require them to fully support our decisions and back up the house. In that phase, they earn more free time and have more privileges. Their main task is to actively plan their futures. So what happens when they get promoted to the post phase? Right after the initial, like either within the next day or right after the meeting where they get promoted, they have a sit down with our facility director. He's going to sit them down and tell them what the expectations of a post resident is and give them what we call a reality checklist. So it's a sheet we've created for them to get a full view of what they're dealing with in life. So all this time that they've been in the program the last few years, everything has been focused on behaviors that brought them there, work ethic, telling the truth and stuff, but they have failed to look that there's a lot of obligations that they've left outside. We want to know what their legal situation is like, if they have any TROs, if there's anything preventing them from contacting family, and what kind of things they need to take care of. We create an email for them within our organization that we monitor. So it'll be like a johndoe@habilitat.com. We do this so they can sign up for apps like Credit Karma and stuff and get a view of what that looks like. They attend weekly graduation prep classes where we ask outside specialists like resume builders or financial planners to come and talk to our post residents and kind of work with them on what their specific needs is. They're given one evening every week to take care of their specific business. Now, whether that's looking up what their terms and conditions for probation are, finding out what kind of bills they have outside, looking at their credit report, that's what they're going to do on that night. They learn how to create a resume. I've already said we bring in specialists to come and help them explain what to do, because a lot of people that are in our program, probably a lot in your guys' programs too, they've never built a resume before. Some of them have never even had a regular job before. So these people teach them how to highlight other attributes that they have, the work ethic that they built, things that they're good at that wouldn't be on a regular resume, and how to kind of make up for that gap in employment that they've had. They check their credit score and get a credit report, find out if they have any financial obligations out there. That's usually court fees and fines. If they have any fines to get their license, child support, anything like that. They learn how to fill out a job application and do a job interview. We sit them down and make sure they fully understand what their legal situation is. They attend monthly financial empowerment classes. So I think it's a vice president of a bank that Jeff met, that she comes in and gives her time by teaching them how to avoid scams, how to open accounts and stuff like that. During this stage, there's an increased amount of staff input that's specifically geared towards them transitioning and getting out of the program. So all this other time, we've been talking to them about their behaviors, building integrity, resilience and stuff. Now it's about what they're going to face after they graduate the program. From there, there's this short time in between the post reentry to actual graduation where they're looking for employment and housing. So we do have a transitional two transitional houses set up right now, but some people, just like with your financial program, they opt out of it. It's not mandatory yet, but there are discussions of that. So while they are looking for employment and housing, daily they're going to check in with whichever clinician is running the facility that day. Going to sit them down, make a game plan. Where are you applying? What is your goal for today? How much applications are you putting in? We give them their own personal, they create a Gmail that they monitor on their own. And at first we let them look for a job independently. We do have a lot of resources and connections that we could tell them, go work here, but the last thing we want to do is put them somewhere where they don't want to be in the first place. So we let them look on their own, and they'll come back and report to us daily that, okay, I applied at this moving company. There's a landscaping place that I'm applying at. That also gives us a clear view of where their head's at, because if they come back saying there's a bartender opening and a bouncer down the road, we know that, there's a bit more programming that they need to do. And if after a few weeks they're telling us, I can't find anywhere, everywhere that I go to turns me down, then we'll step in and use one of our resources to help them get employment. All job offers that they get must be approved by staff before they can accept them. And if they are going to live in their own housing, we're going to go and check the place out, make sure the lease is legit before we allow them to move. After they get employment and housing, now they're eligible for actual graduation. All right, so our graduate and aftercare services we have is the transition program. I'll go into that on the next slide. We'll take them to open a bank account with the money that they have in their allowance account. We'll take them to get a cell phone. We will help them create a budget that they're going to be mandated to follow because we do have that 6-month probationary period. We'll take them to get transportation, bus pass, bike, car, if they'd stay long enough to have that kind of money saved up, but usually it's a bus pass. If they do get a car, they need auto insurance. They are mandated to do input hours. So after they graduate for at least 2 hours a week, they need to come back, sit in our groups. They can attend our seminars, do one-on-one counseling. They can talk to residents that are having a hard time. But that needs to be monitored by us and verified. All large purchases that they make in this 6-month transitional period needs to be approved by us too. So if they have $2,000 saved and they would like to go buy an $1,800 gold chain, we're probably going to tell them no. Staff monitors their savings account. So every week when they come and check in, we're looking at their accounts. We tell them, open the app up on your phone, show me what you've got in there to make sure that they're actually saving. They have weekly one-on-one counseling. At the end of 6 months, if they meet all of our criteria, they're eligible for clinical discharge. Transitional housing. This is the 2 houses that we bought in the last few years. It's a 6-month program. They can get an evaluation at 3 months. If they think that they've saved enough and they'd like to move on early, we'll evaluate at 3 months. Usually it's a bad idea. They must be employed the whole time that they're living in the transitional program. If they lose a job, they need to report it immediately, and they're going to start looking like right then and there, and that becomes their job until they find a new job. They have a 30-day blackout period. This is one that people are kind of resistant to, but the first 30 days after they graduate the program, they're only allowed to go to work or to Habilitat or back home. We don't want them, being like a Catholic schoolgirl or something like that and trying to go make up with all their friends for lost time. It's managed by a staff member. They have a rotating schedule of house chores. They have to do their weekly input hours and they need to be verified. They have to participate in weekly one-on-one counseling with their assigned counselor. They have to attend the weekly house meeting and dinner. They have to create and follow their budget. They set goals while they're there, and the time frame can be changed if needed. I think we got a girl that's been in there for about 11 months right now that she needed the extra time. So our graduates that are in good standing, we always encourage them to stay plugged in. They can come to Habilitat whenever they want. They can come get a meal, come and talk to people. They're invited to all of our holiday celebrations. If we got a beach day or some kind of family function, we invite them. They're always allowed to come and seek mentorship and personal advice. The graduates that have a slip up are encouraged to come back for a refresher course. So what has worked for us? More staff input, especially towards the end. We do trust them, but we also verify everything. We verify their input hours and make them check in person weekly. We do individual counseling. We confirm that they are saving money, make them create a budget and hold them accountable to the budget. We do give a bonus incentive or a reward at the end when they graduate that they can use towards housing or job-related items. We encourage them to have a prolonged period before getting into a relationship. And most importantly, if we think something's wrong, early intervention is key. So what hasn't worked? Not checking up on them constantly, letting them choose a job that we're not comfortable with, just taking their word without verifying. Cash bonuses. At one point in time, we just gave them a wad of cash when they graduated. Letting them check in over the phone. So especially when the quarantine first hit, it was real hard because we had that essential workers. There were cops posted up on the roads. People couldn't just travel. So a lot of our graduates weren't allowed to check in person. Another thing that doesn't work is graduating them based on time. So they say, oh, I've been here 30 months. I think I'm ready. We graduate based on merit, not on time. We don't graduate people when they're in a slump, and we don't graduate people when they're going through an extremely emotional situation. Not verifying input also hasn't worked. Any questions?
So you mentioned, I think in 2 slides back, if somebody slips up, there's a refresher course. What can you expound upon that? What's a refresher course? What do you do?
That's case by case. We'll put them back into residential. So refresher
For
could
how
be a
long?
month or two, could be another year. It depends on how bad of a slip it was. But we offer them to come back to treatment.
Okay. And then my next question is, I know you can't keep this from happening, but how do you track or watch people who, so when you graduate the program and then you're back with students that are in the program, sometimes you can come back, oh my gosh, it's so good out there. I get to do this, I get to do that. And then the new students kind of feel like, man, I'd like to leave. Or like, how do you how do you take precautions to prevent things like that from happening? Because I've seen it, and I don't
think
know.
if you're a graduate that has been through this long experience, you know who to talk to about that and not to. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see any of our graduates coming back and trying to influence a 30-day treatment resident and be like, oh, it's
Yeah,
so
I'm not
great.
saying that they're trying to influence them. It's more they're talking about how good it is out there.
As long
And
as
I
they
can-
throw in the piece of that they got to get all of this by going through treatment,
That's true.
I think
That's
we'll
true.
be okay with it.
Yeah.
Hey, Carson, it works both ways. It's a double-edged sword with no scabbard. So no one comes back intentionally trying to influence, right? But our graduates, you want your graduates to be able to come back all the time. The downside to that is they come back, they bring their girlfriend, they bring their shiny car, they bring all those things. The other side to that is the graduates get to see what is possible. So there really is no way to avoid it. But the two most powerful tools we have is connection and conversation. The two most powerful, they're the only tools that really work, connection and conversation. So we have to be able to see those students and then have those conversations about being patient. You've had all the shiny objects before. I won't get into the weeds about what those conversations look like. We've all had them. But both things are going to be happening simultaneously. Will the student get influenced? Absolutely. That's our job, to influence people. Will they see that as something that they want? Absolutely. Will they leave too soon? They probably would have anyway. But connection and conversation kind of helps that. But you want them to see what's possible. They see staff here, married, nice cars, going on vacations. We have to battle that constantly. And that's one of the downsides to a TC, or maybe it's an upside, is we live on property. So in a treatment facility, the counselor comes in at 8, punches out at 5, comes in at 8, punches out at 5, sees them for an hour a day. You know nothing about the counselor's personal life. In a TC, We live here with them. So they're seeing everything. We have to learn to manage that, right? Then they start to see and they want, too much too soon. So it is an issue that we have to deal with.
I wanted to add also that as a testimonial to this conference, we started the policy of offering readmission because of the conference and from hearing that you were doing it at Habilitat, and it's saved lives here.
Anything else?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Herb Trippert. I am the Graduate Services Department Manager at TROSA. I'm a graduate of TROSA. I entered the program in 2009. I graduated in 2011. I'm a certified substance abuse counselor, a certified RAP group facilitator, and one more thing, I can't never remember what the other thing is. Like I said, I graduated TROSA in 2011, and I became a staff member in 2013. And I remained a staff member for a couple of years, and I left and took employment in other outside recovery programs, and worked my way back till I came back to TROSA, and happy to be there. All right, so our graduate services department covers a lot within our program. The education department is involved in our graduate services department. We have senior residents who are a part of our graduate service department, as well as the workouts. And I tried to make this slide, and hopefully you can catch on as I go. All right, so our senior residents. Our senior residents play an important role in the TROSA community. All residents have the opportunity to apply for senior residency at 18 months. Senior residents are selected based on several criteria. They are instrumental in the recovery process of younger residents in the program. They are role models in the community. Senior residents are allowed more freedoms while still being in the program. Each senior resident is assigned their own cell phone at 21 months in the program, and senior residents are encouraged to open their own bank accounts. Senior residents are given a monthly stipend that is increased based on their evaluations. Senior residents are required to adhere to senior residents are required to attend a monthly support group facilitated by a licensed therapist. Senior residents remain strongly connected to the community through participation in community events. Each senior resident is assigned one workout or graduate with whom they submit a weekly progress report on. Senior residents are allowed to go on home visits to reconnect with their families and friends twice a month, and we will pay for transportation for our senior residents if they live 5 hours outside 5 hours travel away from TROSA. Senior residents are allowed to choose a vehicle from our carpool to go out in the community, to go shopping, to go to the movies, go to the park, just to do community things. They can get a car from our carpool. And here TROSA pays travel expense for one yearly home visit for senior residents that live over 5 hours travel from the community. Senior residents work closely with residents of the program during their CA hours, during their community assignment hours. We have senior residents that work in our moving department, our lawn care department, basically everywhere around the community. There's a senior resident working there, and they work closely with the residents while they're in the program. Senior residents attend a monthly senior resident enhancement group to enhance development and their leadership skills. Senior residents are allowed to pursue peer support specialist certification. There's a yearly outing held for senior residents, and senior residents are given a holiday party every year at Christmas time. We give them this huge holiday party. And another form of senior residence is a scholar. So scholars are senior residents also. Scholars are allowed to attend Durham Tech Community College or a college of their choice within reason in pursuit of their educational goals. Scholars, they must maintain a C average in all of their courses to remain in the scholar program. And scholars follow all the rules of senior residence. All senior residents are subject to monthly random drug screens. And another form of senior resident we have is our SITs, or staff in training. So when senior residents are allowed to submit an application for staff in training positions when they become available. SIT weekly meetings are held with the program founder. So they have a weekly meeting with Kevin McDonald and discuss whatever they discuss in that meeting. But they meet with Kevin McDonald on a weekly basis, and they have their group discussions. Each SIT is assigned a coach to monitor their progress and mentor them throughout the transition into becoming a staff member. SIT is designed to be a one-year process, but it may be extended based on performance. So if someone's applied for an SIT position and they're accepted as an SIT, and later on down the line, they start to have struggles or they start to have problems in certain areas, we may say, hey, we'll allow you to stay on as an SIT, but we're going to extend it for 3 months, or we're going to extend it for 6 months, or however long we think that person needs to transition into a staff member. SITs are required to submit quarterly progress reports documenting their progress towards their goals. All right, so we move on to graduates. So after completing the 2-year treatment program, residents are considered graduates. Graduates are provided transportation or are provided transitional housing for up to a year after graduation, and extensions may be provided in special situations or circumstances. So I'm pretty sure if you've got an aftercare program, in our aftercare program, our graduates are pretty much living their lives, but they're living it in our transitional housing. And life comes up, things happen, and if things happen and we feel like, or I feel like that person needs an extension for whatever reason, they can be granted an extension for whatever the reason may be, if it's viable. So graduates are required to pay program fees while living in transitional housing. Graduates are encouraged to attend our weekly graduate support group. Group attendance is mandatory for graduates living in transitional housing. Graduates living in transitional housing are screened on a monthly basis, as well as randomly, to support them in their recovery. Graduates are provided with documentation of program completion when requested. Graduates are escorted to court, and we will speak on their behalf when we're needed. Graduates are encouraged to maintain relationships established with peers and staff after leaving the program. And after completion of the program, graduates are given a vehicle at cost when they become available. Graduates are provided with free furnishings and household items once they decide to move out of transitional housing into their own home. So that is a big thing for our graduates. When they graduate and finish the program, they do get a car. And if it costs TROSA $300 to make the repairs on the car, that's all the graduate has to pay, is what it costs us to fix the car. And when they do leave out of transitional housing and move into their own place, we furnish the whole apartment or house with everything that they need. Couches, rugs, TVs, silverware, china, whatever they want. If we have it, they can have it for free of charge. Graduates are provided with free meals and are welcome to visit the program for as long as they remain in good standing with the program. Graduates are invited to participate in and be a part of the monthly house meeting where they speak about their experience in TROSA and how they have benefited by completing the program. Graduates are placed on inactive status for relapse, recidivism, and other behavioral issues. Inactive graduates can regain active status by proving re-engagement with recovery and commitment to TROSA. So we have a set of rules that if someone relapses or if someone does something that ends them on inactive status, there are certain things that they have to do in order to regain active status. Yeah. So now education is a part of our graduate services department, and in some cases people are put in the education department right after internship, early on in their program. And so education is a very important tool in maintaining long-term sobriety, and it improves the quality of life for our graduates. Residents entering the program are asked about their level of education. Residents that are in need of obtaining their GED are allowed to enroll in the GED program immediately after internship if they choose to. At 6 months, any resident that doesn't have their GED are enrolled in the program. The GED program is facilitated by Durham Tech Community College, adult basic education program. And GED students receive one-on-one tutoring from community volunteers, peers, senior residents, and staff members of TROSA. After being in the GED program for a period of 6 months, if residents feel they no longer want to pursue their GED, they may voluntarily withdraw from the GED program. GED graduates, our students who graduate and earn their GED, they graduate right alongside the Durham Tech Community College graduates. And residents that have higher educational needs are enrolled in a TROSA literacy program where they learn basic reading and writing skills in hopes of preparing them to enter the GED program. And residents enrolled in the TROSA literacy program are provided with one-on-one tutoring from senior residents, and staff who volunteer their time also. So we were having a few residents coming into the program who couldn't read and couldn't write. And we had to try to figure out how to help these residents, because you need to know how to read and write if you want to live a good life, I believe. So we were trying to partner with the Durham Literacy Program, and they didn't have the funding to take our residents into their program. So we started our own literacy program within the program. And since starting that, we have several residents go through the literacy program. Some have moved on to the GED program where they're reading at a GED level and they can be moved out of our literacy program. So it is working as of now. The residents that already have or earned their GED are allowed to attend a class at Durham Tech Community College or other approved courses after being in the program for 1 year. Residents are enrolled in various educational courses throughout their treatment at TROSA. Residents are allowed to pursue certifications such as ServSafe, herbicide and pesticide, grounds maintenance, CDL, safety inspections, basic computer skills, and other courses while in the program. At around 16 months, so we're moving on to the workout phase. So at around 16 months in the program, residents are required to participate in the Getting the Job You Want class. Residents are informed of what to expect in their employment search, assisted in building a resume, practice interview questions, discuss building and living within a budget, steps they can take to improve on or build their credit, and many other topics pertaining to transitioning back to the workforce. Each resident is offered the opportunity to have a TROSA spotlight written about them to use as part of their resume or to use as they choose. At 21 months, residents are provided with a cell phone. So at 21 months is when you're actually on workout. So when you actually get on workout, we'll give you a cell phone and $30 to open a bank account. And workouts are allowed to seek employment within a 21-mile radius of TROSA. So our transportation department take our people who are on workout out in the 21-mile radius, and they can apply for jobs. And if they get a job, transportation will ride them to work free of charge every day, to make sure they get to work and from work every day. Workouts are allowed to move into transitional housing free of charge. Workouts must turn in all checks to the finance department. A workout may be given an extension if they struggle with finding employment or in other special circumstances. So some facts about graduate services. So 100% of residents entering the workout phase of the program obtain full-time employment by their graduation date. In 2021 and 2022, since 2021 and 2022, there have been 116 graduates. So graduate services, we do a survey, a 6-month survey and a 1-year survey for everybody who graduates the program. And so we did a survey on 54% of our graduates. Of that 54% that we contacted, 97% of our graduates maintain recovery up to 1 year after graduation. 100% are either employed or they're senior residents. And 99% of our graduates had no new criminal convictions. Between 2022 and 2023, these are some education facts. Between 2022 and 2023, there were 12 residents that obtained their GEDs. This number is a little low due to COVID. The numbers are normally higher than that. Since 2023, since the beginning of this year, there have been 10 residents that have earned their GEDs. Currently, there are 45 residents who are enrolled in the GED program. Since starting the TROSA literacy program in March of this year, there have been 2 students who've progressed onto the GED program. Since March of 2023, there have been 35 ServSafe certifications earned. There have been 17 basic computer skills certifications earned since February of 2023. 25 residents are enrolled in the current grounds maintenance certification class. 19 residents are enrolled in the current herbicide and pesticide class. And so what is working? Structure, the importance of consistency in the routines of TROSA residents plays a vital role in behaviors after completion of the program. So what they practice coming through the program is what they're going to do when they leave the program. And TROSA is a very structured program. For the residents who do what's asked of them, there's a high success rate. A sense of purpose and dependability. So as our residents progress through the program, they're given more responsibilities and are held to a higher standard. This builds confidence and self-esteem in our residents. A sense of security. Providing residents a safe, non-judgmental environment to explore and learn about themselves gives our residents the opportunity to grow as individuals, accepting themselves as they are, or to make improvements upon themselves where they feel they're needed. Accountability. As residents progress through the program, they are held accountable for rule violations, behavioral issues. Accountability allows residents to reflect on behavioral issues that need to be addressed and accept responsibilities for their actions. And then social media. So there are a few social media pages operated by graduates that are used as avenues to remain in touch. So we've got graduates who actually have started pages for other graduates of TROSA, and they use that social media to stay connected with each other. And as well as TROSA has its own social media page that's used, and graduates get on there and post about their experiences at TROSA or just to stay in touch with staff members or friends. And that I think that works really, really good. Connections, so more of what's working. Connections made with peers and staff members. An integral part of the treatment An integral part of the treatment at TROSA is building meaningful connections with peers, staff, and others. These relationships give residents a sense of belonging and are instrumental in remaining connected with like-minded people after graduation. And meeting residents' healthcare needs while they're in treatment. So medical, dental, and other various healthcare needs are addressed while residents are in treatment. Workouts can be granted an extension to have any medical or other issues addressed before they are considered a graduate. Addressing legal issues while in treatment. Residents are escorted to and from courts to address legal issues such as child support, traffic violations, and other minor issues. After showing commitment to their recovery, some fines and tickets are paid for by TROSA. So I don't think I mentioned this, but when residents come through the program, somebody else talked about it a little earlier. A lot of our residents can't drive for whatever reason, license suspended, revoked, or whatever. And coming through the program, we all know the importance of having a license. So TROSA does pay for these fines for our residents to get their licenses back. And if the resident graduates the program, those fines are, we don't want the money back. They get that ticket or fine is just paid for by TROSA. They don't have to pay that back as long as they complete the program. So that's something that they look forward to or really helps them out. And then utilization of counseling services while in treatment. So there are licensed therapists that work with residents while in treatment to address traumatic and other issues that need addressing. These services are also offered to graduates when they are requested or referral is made by Graduate Services Department. And then support, so what is working, support and aftercare. Graduate Services plays an important role in helping our graduates maintain sobriety after completing the program. We are an important tool to recent and long-term graduates. We provide support through the weekly graduate support group, continued support in maintaining full-time employment, providing reliable transportation, assisting graduates to find safe housing after completion of transitional housing. The Graduate Services Department maintains relationships and continues to be an active part in the recovery process of graduates. And after graduation, so although we offer a variety of services throughout the program, I don't think there's one specific service that works best. It's a combination of all the services provided. There's one constant recognizable amongst our successful graduates, and that's a sense of belonging and acceptance of personal responsibility. And this acceptance of personal responsibility comes from the connections built with staff members and family as they experience personal growth throughout their progress in the program. And with that, I mean, that's my presentation. If I have any questions, any questions? Go ahead.
You mentioned that you surveyed 54% of your graduates.
Yes.
I just wondered why not all of them.
Because whenever someone graduates, we get contact information from them, and when they leave the program, so it could be they're gone for a year, their phone numbers changed, their emails changed, or whatever reason, but we try to contact everybody.
So they've lost contact.
They've lost contact with us, yes.
I think up there you said that if someone has a high school diploma or equivalent, 1 year into the program, they're able to start like
they can take an elective class one elective class.
Okay. Yeah. So do you ever see people that they have that, they go through that, they take that elective class, they finish with it, and they think they're ready to go too early before they're actually ready? Like, hey, I got my CDL, or whatever examples you had, like other things. But do you ever find people thinking that, hey, I got it before they really do?
I can think of one example of a guy who got his CDLs and decided he wanted to leave immediately. But there are so many people that get their CDLs, and that was just like a one-time thing. It's not a common thing. It's not a common thing. By the time they start taking their classes, they're doing this stuff for their use after they graduate. They already committed to finishing the program. And I'm gonna drive trucks after I finish the program. I'm going out. I'm gonna drive trucks. Or after I finish the program, I'm gonna go and work in this fancy restaurant with my Serve Safe certification. So they're doing those things in preparation for when they finish the program.
I had a question on, you'd mentioned that they can, I think it's the graduates can live in the transition home or the graduate home, whatever you call it, as long as they're paying the tuition? Is it a monthly? Do you charge them? I'm just trying to understand, do you charge them to live there? Are they paying their way, or is it something that?
So from 21 to 24 months, you're considered a workout. At 24 months, you're considered a graduate, and that's when the program fees start. So when you're a graduate and you're staying in transitional housing, you have to pay your program fees.
Do you mind me asking what those are?
I think for a single room, it's $375 a month. For a double room, it's $260 a month, and for a shared room, it's $200 per person.
Herb, graduation support groups, what do those look like?
So those groups are held every Monday night and Saturday morning. Graduates that live in transitional housing, all of them come to campus. If they're not working, they come on campus, and there's a group with just a group where they talk about life issues, work issues, transitioning back to the workforce, wherever the group goes.
Is there like a cutoff to how much you guys will pay for someone's license? Like say they got like 15,000 in fines. No, that's an honest question.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes. There is a cutoff. There is a cutoff. I can't give you a hard number
That's fine,
on
that's
what the
fine,
cutoff
but-
is. Oh, Jeff.
So there are guidelines based on the amount of the fine. So if it is under a certain amount, which I think is like, I think if it's under 500, it can be addressed at 3 months in the program, and then it keeps
So
going
the longer they're
up.
committing, the more that we're willing to
the more
help
that we
them
would
with.
need to pay, the more time they need to wait for us to address those fees. But there's also a behavioral component to it. It's not just about time. We need to make sure we get a recommendation from their department head. We look at the contracts they've had, the hours they've had, and it also, there's guidelines within there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
You mentioned that if they graduate, they don't have to pay the amount that you paid back. Well, if they don't graduate, you're not getting that either, correct?
So when you get into the workout phase, you're going to work every day. You're getting paid every week or bi-weekly or monthly, and those checks are turned into the finance department. So if you decide to leave at 23 months and you owe $500 for your license, that money will be deducted from the money in finance. Yeah. But if TROSA paid for your license when you were 6 months in the program and you left at 10 months in the program, it's going anyway. Yeah.
We also sometimes the stipend, the tax credit check that everyone got.
Yeah.
A lot of people deposited that in their workout account with us, even though they had 4 months in the program, because they didn't have a bank account or anyone in their family to send it to. So sometimes there's money in there early on. Herb, could you talk about graduate transportation that we drive them to and from work for the first year after they work?
Oh, so transportation. I'm sorry, I missed that. Transportation. As long as you live in transitional housing, you could pay for transportation to and from work. I think it's $150 a month, and transportation picks you up every day and takes you to work and picks you up from your job every day and bring you home. inside a 21-mile radius. So if you do get a job, so you got a job and it's 25 miles out, transportation will ride you to a 21-mile marker, drop you off there, and you can walk 4 miles and come back and meet them at the same spot at the end of the day.
Well, thank you so much. Before we end the session, we'd like to give Dr. De Leon a chance to give some input on this topic.
Just a brief comment. This is such a critical area for the future life of the TC. That is the whole issue of what we call graduation. I'm a little puzzled. The presentations were very rich. Each of them demonstrated or described what seems to be a rather rich graduation programs. A lot of provision is made, which is stage related. My concern about this is that, not that you're not doing anything right or wrong about it, is to really understand how we would essentially end up with a graduate approach to graduates in general, which is a fairly uniform approach, what they really need, and does it work? That means in all of the assessment of clients, when they have moved through graduation, whatever way you're providing it, and then you want to follow them, you have a very critical question you have to ask now. It's a kind of cost-effective question, but it's also clinically very important. What is really necessary to be in this graduate period? What do we really should be providing? It's obvious the issues of transition and what I call the reentry issues. It's all loaded with reentry issues, work and driving and education, all necessary, of course, we know that. But one of the real issues that emerged from the early years was, well, why do graduates relapse? Not that they shouldn't, but do we understand why they do that? And we never really developed a technology, even in whatever graduate services you're providing, that address the issue of reusing, I don't use the word relapse, reusing drugs, leaving crime out. We've done very well with crime and employment, but reusing drugs when they had episodes of reusing drugs. Did we know about those episodes? And one of the earlier programs, we developed, or at least I tried to, we did develop and try to systematize something that I recommend now, which is every example of reuse of drugs in a graduate stage needs a full anatomy. If there's an individual that's reused, there are varieties of reuse of drugs. It's the whole issue of the misunderstanding of the word relapse. If there's reuse of drugs, the reason why I'm focusing on that, because graduates do pretty well in declines in arrest and employment. But where you see the problems is in reusing of drugs. And so first is language. So there is the lapse, relapse, regression classification. That is at least 3 varieties of reusing drugs. You know, a lapse is a brief single incident, and then a relapse is using drugs at a pattern that seems to be like the pre-treatment pattern. So you have a basis for evaluating that. And then there's the word regression, which means not only relapsing, but also displaying a lot of the behaviors and attitudes of the lifestyle that preceded that. So it's the level of severity in all of that. And the reason I'm fussing about this, it's because this is the one that really needs to be understood, because this is aside from the demands of graduation in terms of reentry. I'll talk more about that. But the clinical issue when an individual is in a graduate stage going out into the world, and then the whole objective is that somehow they can go out in the world and they won't reuse drugs, they won't commit crimes, and they'll go to work. Turns out, though, that we have these issues of reuse of drugs. And what I want to see built in every one of these programs, graduate offerings, however rich they are, is there is there a sophisticated and astute way for assessing the graduates who reuse drugs and understanding why and how that happened? Now, we don't have that as a technology. I don't know what's going on even in the group sessions. I know that people talk. I don't know what they talk about in those various graduate programs. But specifically building into whatever you're doing, the technology of saying we're in a business to essentially conduct a proper anatomy of the reuse of a drug episode. Why? Because it's in there, when an individual has reused drugs, they need to understand exactly what happened to them in terms of how they got that far. And so that, because that's really what is the new learning in this. And I'll put a semicolon on this, and I'll go to one more intervention that I had developed in the early days at Phoenix House, was that even in the live-in workout stage, is comparable issues with living in, working out, and then working out and living out. It was still in a kind of pre-graduation stage, but that was all designed to see, we want to test how the individual is dealing with the world. So it's aside from the issues of all the other services they needed, but how were they actually living in the world? You know, were they essentially now better prepared to live in the world, dealing with the push and pull, the stress and strain, the desires, and so on. And so there was a strategic approach to examining every relationship, every social event, every way they were spending their social hours, leisure time. And then finally, if you had a reuse of something, you really had to essentially have a technology for understand the anatomy of that, what happened, who you were with, where it was going, and so on. So that essentially, the phrase that I tried to introduce to dramatize this point was, the client is moving, when they're in this stage, they're moving from learning about themselves in a treatment program to learning about themselves in the world. So now you got to use the whole world to learn about yourself, whereas before you were using the whole treatment community to learn about yourself. That's a way to capture this whole idea. That's what I want to see built into the actual graduate programs, not how rich they can get. I know they can get rich with endless services and so on, and I'm not criticizing them. So I'm a little bit still exploring all these very, very good offerings. And I use the word rich because you don't see them at all really in most programs, I can tell you that, worldwide, this level of what I'll call service and provision as you've been describing it. So it's very impressive, but I'm coming back to the kind of 2 points in this, the sign off. A, you've got to do the research to tell us what the actual, in quotes, success improvement rates are among graduates. You got to do the hard research. Particularly, I want to just a quick highlight to TOSA, when you were describing how you were looking at outcomes for them and the methodology. The criterion for the methodology that you have to have is a criterion of clarity and consistency. Could I do your study in another program? So when people ask the question about, well, how did you compute success, or how did you know they were using drugs and so on? You can't leave that to essentially a cloudy, intimate process. You've got to be able to write that in a way that any other evaluator will be able to do what you did, so that we know exactly how you're assessing that. So I just want you to use great care about that. When you say, then we evaluated how they were doing, that evaluation has got to be replicable by anybody who's going to do that in the same way. Otherwise, we don't know what's working at all. So it's a cautionary note when we finally want to ask the question, are the graduates doing well? And is it really 59%? Is it really 87%? So that's a kind of tangent evaluation point, but it leads me back to the issue that I just talked with you about, which is this movement of moving from primary treatment out in graduated stages into the world has to have as a clinical objective, is the client still working on themselves? It's not simply, are they getting into reentry? They got to have to all of that. We know that. And doing all those tools, but is actually, has there been true behavioral, if you like, psychological change, maturational change in the client? And that can only be evaluated by astute methods for assessing how they are engaging in the world outside. And so in looking even at the groups, if you got graduates groups that are meeting on a regular basis, that's terrific. But somebody's got to be looking and seeing what are they talking about in those groups, you know what I mean, and see what's going on. Sometimes it's simply just a continuity of support. Well, that's not zero, but it's not sufficient. You got to go more. They got to have our graduates have to understand that if the threats to their stability. And then the final note on this is the way I used to have exit interviews with graduates and others is a big question. Not all the work that they got to get and all the education they got to get, but what are you going to be working on when you're out of here? That was my question. What is it? What are you going to be? What are you going to do? What did you learn about yourself that you got to still work? What are the issues that you got to work on? Remember, our people have unreality even at graduate moments. They think they've completed something. Instead of, in fact, you know, now this is the beginning. Now you're going to go back to, now you're at the starting gate in the world, you know. And it's very important to have their awareness and consciousness is, well, yeah, do I have problems? And the answer is, yeah, you probably have problems. And if it's a good program, some of those problems emerged. They probably surfaced in here. There may be problems of trauma and other things. And just, I promise to sign off, forgive me on this, but the last one was in the early days, one of the requirements to actually ultimately get your graduate certificate was that you had to identify the possibility of a particular therapist that you were going to work with. Sounds amazing. That's 50 years ago. We were talking that way. They all knew they went through 2.5 years of behavior change and all emotional change. And now what we wanted was, the real measure was, that they actually have humility about where they were, not arrogance. And so the issue of the humility was, now what are you going to be working on? And so having these comments in mind, I would like to understand more about the success of the various graduate offerings that you talked about. They sound terrific in terms of a lot of things you're doing for them, but consider what you're doing for them in the light of the remarks I just shared with you.
We were talking yesterday, Dr. DeLeon and I was explaining some of our development in our aftercare, and he says, those are all wonderful services of reentry. He says, where's the therapeutic part of reentry? And it hit me. We haven't really thought about the therapeutic part and being able to have a series of psychologists or psychotherapists who understand our model, who we could refer students to, saying, hey, you might want to reach out. There's some things you still are wanting to work on after graduation, and here's some people who's going to understand what you've been through and being able to develop that. So that's something I appreciate helping open my eyes on that. Let's have one question, then we need to wrap up.
I come back to the same question I asked before. If we're talking about putting people out into the real world, if we're talking about giving them support, I kind of got the gist in my last question that you don't want to use outside support groups because it's not inside the house. So my question would be, in some of these cases, is it worthwhile in a therapeutic community when they're leaving to get them involved or at least know about some of the other community options, CA, NA, AA, so on and so forth, as an additional support group?
I want to say, at least from my standpoint, there's no opposition to getting involved. We think it's really critical to find a supportive community. I know Ashley on our Denver staff has had great support from Phoenix, a fitness recovery group that meets regularly, and they've really supported. We think it's important to find a community that can be supportive. If they're local, we hope we're part of that community. But if they're moving away where it's hard to reconnect, find a community and if it's AA or NA or other support recovery groups, we highly encourage that.
Tim, that you made a great point. Those the graduates that do the best here are the ones that are working here. It isn't because they're working here, it's because they're still here. The closer you stay to the place that helped get you your life back, the better your odds of success. People that got to go back down to St. George or they go down to Utah County and stop coming here, we do suggest get involved in some kind of recovery community. And the recovery community in Salt Lake and in Utah is about as strong a recovery community as anything I've ever seen. It's absolutely phenomenal what the recovery community's done here. That doesn't mean there aren't pockets of it where people are going there just to, find a date for the night. But we have some of our staff play on sober softball leagues. Almost all of the treatment facilities play on sober softball leagues and go to AA or NA. So we do recommend, and many of our graduates are part of that community, to get engaged with that community, especially if you're not going to be coming back here, then where's your support group going to be? Yeah, there you go. Those aren't antennas. Those are not on, and he's not a Martian. Well, I take that back.
I would just want to say, we at TROSA, we have a lot of our graduates that do attend NA and AA meetings, as well as come to our TROSA graduate group also. We don't discourage them from going to those meetings. I actively look for meetings for some of our residents and people who are in workout who want to attend NA and AA meetings. A lot of our graduates and workouts, our people come from all over the state, all over the country. So somebody may graduate and decide they're going to go back home. So they're going to need a support group. They're not going to be able to come to our graduate services group. They're going to need a support group outside of TROSA. So we definitely encourage our.
I only want to add, all of the research shows that any kind of bona fide aftercare is better than no aftercare, any kind. So we know that. And those aftercare which has been tailored based on their history and TCs are even more effective. So, but any kind of aftercare in that sense. But you got to, that only makes the point about, are they continually changing? And are they continually learning? And that's the real, that's the long-term effect of what we mean by the recovery process. It's a continual process of meeting the world in a different way.
All right, let's hear it for all of our presenters. We're going to do a social experiment right now to see if this group can pick up their chair and put it in a circle and get rid of the empty chairs that are left in the middle. And then we'll take a break, and at 4:30 we'll start with the next session. See if you can take the...
Why don't you hang on to it, because you'll be interacting back and forth, and then we'll pass the other one around. Tim? You know how many people? How you feeling? Tired. Yeah. It's a long day, a lot of sitting. Are you tired at all? Oh yeah, I mean, the afternoon's my slump time. So, yeah? Yeah. I go for chocolate and caffeine.
Oh, you've been drinking coffee?
Well, I had some Diet Dr. Pepper. That's my indulgence. Yeah. Not a slippery slope, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm a little tired.
But are you okay for now, for the next half hour?
I'm okay. Now, this other last one I'm concerned about, I can't get a clear picture of the effectiveness in terms of this. Because I'm going to make sense here to hold the actual outcome. And of course, that's the first requirement. You're loading the program up with many people. It makes sense.
Yeah.
You really got to know, is it going to make no difference?
Yeah. Well, from my perspective, I mean, you asked us the why question yesterday. A lot of what we're doing is just giving them a reason to stick around longer.
Yeah.
But now that they're sticking around longer, we need to be more intentional about saying, what are you working on while you're sticking around longer?
Exactly right.
So for us, the savings match and all that stuff, all that is just a carrot. But the carrot is to accomplish something else.
What are you working on? This idea, this concept that I tried to give words to, which is now you gotta use the world to change the system. You're using the program to change the system. Now you're in the world. That's the way to frame it for them. So you want them out, even if you do it in a staged way, you want them out, but then you want to hear a lot of what their actual experiences are. Not just the surface.
Exactly. Yeah,
But what's happening to them.
And that's
how
where
they
we're
do
light.
it.
That's where we're light.
And that's the key to the reuse of substance.
Yeah. That's what's missing for us right now. We need to fix that.
And I think it's missing, even though you got all these rich programs. So I'm raising it as a question, but it's a little bit of a cynical question. Sensible, private services.
Yeah. But it's interesting because they depart from the assumption of the whole therapeutic community, which is that people didn't need to get vocational training. They aren't. Graduate thing. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay.
You know the restroom over here?
All right.
There's also one over there and that one's easy.
Okay. Let me check what's doing. Good idea.
Yeah, we don't want to hear it. How's your day?
Great.
Good.
Yours?
Yeah, wonderful.
Good.
I want to talk with you sometime, but I like the way you look.
I do too.
You don't hide stuff well. You have a dark and you have a light, and light looks good on you. Anyway, I'll catch up with you.
When they go across the street to graduate housing,
He and I were just talking about his reaction to the graduate models is that we kind of have deviated from the whole assumption of the therapeutic community, which is that what you came here for was not to learn to balance your budget. You didn't come here to learn to, purchase a car or get vocational training. The primary thing was to learn to improve yourself. And so his point about that the TC ought to help you learn to improve yourself within the you ought to be learning to improve yourself in the context of the world. We don't do much in our graduate program to say, what are you working on now? So the one once a month check-in group, you know, is too big of a shift from intense self-improvement to almost nothing. And all of the focuses. Two more minutes and we'll get started. 2 minutes. All right, let's take a seat. Let's get started. Theoretically, we have exactly the right number of chairs in this circle. Let's see how we did. All right, so we've got 30 minutes. The opportunity now is just any kind of open discussion we want to have. I want to kick it off by just summarizing a comment that Dr. DeLeon just made. So I'm going to try to capture what we just discussed, George, and feel free to add to it if I miss something. But his general reaction to all of these different graduate offerings was that we've kind of shifted modes. That the assumption of a therapeutic community is you come in primarily to work on your behavior, on your character. And then suddenly in our graduate programs, the primary emphasis is on savings and spending and vocational and getting your driver's or whatever all those other things are. And that's in some ways a contrast to the assumption about what people really needed. Not to say that those aren't useful things, but that maybe a missing thing that all of us need to take a look at is how can we be much more intentional in the graduate phase of helping people say, what am I working on next? And how can I make self-improvement start part of what I'm doing in the world, not just in the program? If we don't help them make that transition, then what happens is we've taken them to a crescendo and they'll immediately start to decline. So I think there's a lot of room for all of us to figure that out. Tim.
Part of our group here.
Oh, yes, we need a few more chairs. There's a couple chairs over there. And we need 4 more chairs. Might need to open it up a little bit over there and pull a couple more in. Yeah. I like it. Yes, they did. All right, yeah, we got chairs over there, so we're all set. All right, so with that said, any discussion items? What do you want to talk about? What I'll do is just monitor it. We'll spend a little bit of time on one question that you want to raise, and then I'll try to shift it so in the next half hour we can address a couple, 3 things. So what's on your mind?
Hoping to get some input here. I have always looked at the aftercare stuff as all these different factors. We're working to mitigate the factors that we can to lessen relapse or reuse or whatever. We have a problem that there's certain people when they complete the program, they go into transition, or maybe they opt out of transition. All of a sudden, they don't want to be involved. They don't want to listen. You can't tell them anything. They're not taking advice anymore. And you can see it coming. We can see clearly, and our interventions are usually ineffective. And you can see the whole thing unfold right before your eyes, and there's very little that we can do about it. Especially, that's part of the reason we went to withhold the clinical documents to the 6 months, to give them a little bit more time. But I'm quite sure everybody else experiences this on some level. How do you deal with it? How do you redirect? How do you mitigate someone who's no longer open to your guidance and suggestion? Because it seems to me those are the ones that, we know they're not going to do well, and we're mostly helpless to do much about it.
I'll make one brief comment on that, and obviously anybody else jump in. But while we'll probably never fix that, because the fact of the matter is there are some people that are counting down the days that are programming, that are just waiting until the opportunity they have to jump out. I think all we can do is make sure we don't collude with it. And I think if we design the graduate process so there is almost no expectation of continuing to examine myself, expose myself to group feedback, and continue to improve, then we become actually a reinforcer of that. And so when George and I were talking towards the end of that, I thought really the rationale for our financial match program and all this other stuff that we start to hang in is just to get you to hang around longer. It's not that getting matching funds is really the end goal. It's nice because it does remove one of those extra stress factors. But the primary argument for it about why we as a therapeutic community should do it is because we know longer is better. And so now that they're staying longer, what are we having them do to continue to engage in the therapeutic community process, to examine themselves and say, what do I need to improve? And at least from a TOSA perspective, I don't think we have that wired yet. I think we can do better. Other comments?
So I'm of the mind that recovery is a lifelong process. So does that mean that you should be connected to the TC forever? Because I believe lifelong process for recovery. Never. I don't expect that I will ever be fully recovered. That makes sense.
Is that a question?
You got the mic there, George, if you want to.
Oh, I see. Is this on? Is this on now? Or?
Yeah, hold it real close. I think that was weaker.
Well, I don't disagree with you. In fact, I kind of resent the fact that we would continue to use the word recovery indefinitely. In the early days, in the first decades of the TC, we actually didn't use the word recovery. It became essentially a public health mediating term, so we all subscribe to it. Is this okay? How is this any better? Okay. And not only, and the second point, very good, no, it's not the idea of now we need continual TCs. That's exactly the point that I was trying to make. In other words, if we design a graduate, if we design a graduate phase, an authentic graduate phase, what would be the objective of that graduate phase? And the objective would be, setting aside the whole constellation of reentry adjustment and re-socialization, and essentially depends on services and all the things they've got to do, which includes education. That's all good, and make that available. But that's one objective but there's a second one, and that is, now that you're going out into the world and you're leaving home, can you really live in the world? And are you able to do this in a way where you can use the tools of your own growth? You don't have to come back. It's not necessarily coming back to a therapeutic community, of course. That's the only option we've had available to ourselves, so to speak. So the real objective of this phase is essentially, if we could pursue it, would be, could I follow this individual now for 6 or 9 months, now that they're out in the world, in their housing, in their job, if they've got that, in their reconciliation with their family, if they've got that, and can I follow them enough to essentially assess whether they are in fact engaging in the world in a way that they're living more healthily and they're living right. So, and the phrase I used, I think I used it earlier, was to make this distinction. You've been here for 2 years and you've been using this community to learn about yourself. Now you go out in the world and you got to learn how to use the world to keep learning about yourself. And are you really doing that? So I'd like to know, in that first year out in graduate, do we have enough strategy in there so that we're following the clients? And I'll end with this illustration. While clients were in their first 3 months of reentry in another facility, another housing facility, the first 3 months of that were very intense as they went out every day. As they went out every day.
They're trying to get you to speak into it.
Oh, is this better? Yeah. Gee, I'm sorry about that. That's show business. If somebody even. That every day, the client, as to show you the kind of the graduated approach at this was, okay, now you're in a new facility. This is a kind of transitional facility, and you're going out and let's say even pursuing work, trying to get jobs at that point. We had the client in at first I might have mentioned this earlier, some other session, at first a briefing session, which is a list of what they're going to do, all of the activities, who they expect to meet, where they're going to go. And then they went out, let's say for a day or two, and come back with a debriefing, which is, now that from the list, what was everything that you were doing. And not only that, did they do it? And then what was their experiences every day? It was almost like kind of monitoring them on a daily basis. It's just like they had a heart monitor or something. We wanted to actually see who did you talk to, what did you engage, which neighborhood did you go to, and what did you run into? And if it was a solid, very shrewd debriefing group, it would raise questions. Well, didn't you have a girlfriend once when in that area, and then so on, exploring with the individual what they did. And of course, ultimately, you really want to get to real questions. Well, did anything cross your mind about or hear spontaneously from them about wanting to use again, or go re-enter a neighborhood, or walk into a bar? That was done for 3 months. You know what I mean? In terms of individuals going out, in terms of monitoring, and they beginning to get confident they can go out. They got their list, they can come back and they can talk about it. And of course, that gave real vitality to the debriefing group about, really what we should be talking about, what really happened out there. And it gives them, and the whole objective of that was not, of course, to be critical. Yeah. Not if that, okay. I'm incorrigible on this, right? And I said, But all right, but you heard the point, but I want to see that built into whatever graduate processing you have that you've advanced, which I say is quite rich and I think it's rather sophisticated. You're trying to do some good things with these clients, but it can paradoxically, essentially not work in the way we want. What I really want is we're seeing the client committed to increasing maturation and change. And the only way they can do that is by now how they're really handling problems in the real world. And we like to get enough of a sample of that to say this client is okay in this graduate process, Does that make any sense in terms that was your question? Oh, I'm handing on this.
So I run a homeless shelter and we have outreach coordinators. And what we do is when we put ladies and children and men in housing, we follow them. So we go knock on their doors. We make sure that they are okay and stable. So we ask the questions. Do you have food? Have you paid your bills? What do you need? Right? And so when they leave our system, not that our system's great, because I know it's not, but we're working on it. But what I see is that if you follow them intentionally, we have to sometimes go to them because they're not going to come to us. So if they graduate, then you have some outreach coordinators that will go and do the outreach and make sure that they are okay and follow them and get that data. Because we do that.
That's one way to follow them that way, but I'm talking about an early graduate state, first 3-4 months of, let's say, living out. What's the program there? And this is this program of they're laying out their whole day, and essentially they go out and carry out their day. That's a briefing. They provide a briefing and then a debriefing and comes back. And so if you build that in early on, you're setting up the process where they have to report on what they did and what their experiences were through that period. And that gives you some real confidence that they may be shaky, they may have some anxiety about things, they may and start to confess right away some things that were essentially creating conflicts for them. They might have met family members, they might have met somebody. You want to be able to see what does it really look like when they're out there? But then later on, that's another phase about now that they're out and you want to go after them and get new information. But all I want is our clients when they're leaving to get the sense that they are still have to be working on things about themselves and get out of the consciousness that essentially I've completed something, case closed, and I'm going, you know what I mean? And there's nothing else for me to be doing, just give me my certificate and let me go.
So Delancey Street wasn't really intentional about reaching out to graduates and making sure that they were okay, but going through the program myself, it was important for me to stay on the right path. So I chose people that I had grown relationships with in Delancey Street, and Lola, Steve, Dave, and we all kept in contact with each other and called each other on our stuff. So it's important.
I think one of the issues, if I was, that's one of the issues. I'm done. Glad I pointed that out. I'm in charge of the obvious today. If I was just abandoned as a child and I had no parents and I wanted to go to college and I had to pay for it myself, right, and I had to save my money, odds are I'm going to complete. If I had to save my money to buy my new car and I had to put down $10,000, right, odds are if it gets towed, I'm going to go get it because I'm invested in it. One of the issues with a therapeutic community, and it's one of those areas that we have to really take a look at, is many people write us a letter from jail. They come here in lieu of a prison sentence. That is their motivation to stay, not so much their motivation to change. That is their motivation to stay. And the minute they get into, well, I guess the data we should take a look at is who goes to graduate housing that has a suspended sentence over their head, who goes to graduate housing that was a walk-in. That would be a number to take a look at to see, to start differentiating, because I'd be willing to bet you anecdotally, I'm purely guessing, but there's probably some truth in it, that if you have a suspended sentence and you're only here to beat your time, when you go to graduate housing and you hit that 27-month mark and you are now a graduate, it's easier to leave. because there's no motivation to stay anymore. And what I see a lot in graduate housing is when people start to slide in graduate housing, they started to vape. They're sneaking out. They're on social media when they're not supposed to. They do the consequences up until that time, and then boom, they're gone. Right? That's what we have to start looking at. What is the intrinsic motivation? What are we looking at here? We need to separate those two. Because in many treatment facilities, if there was such a treatment facility that said all drug addicts and alcoholics that are in trouble come in voluntarily, and you went there and you really wanted to be there, that back end piece would probably be different. Is it Matt? Matt, one of the other things is, I believe recovery is different for everybody, but I haven't used drugs in 18 years and I'm not a drug addict anymore. And I think the way we message that is important, because one of the messages that we have in the country today, and sometimes I think it's sadistic to say the least, is we say that once an addict, always an addict. I was a criminal for many, many years. I'm not a criminal anymore. How come I can no longer be a criminal, but I haven't done drugs in just as much time, but I'm still a drug addict? I don't buy into that, right? I just don't. And I've had a lot of things happen, surgeries, accidents, deaths. I'm not going back, right? And I think when we say to people that relapse is part of recovery, we just gave them an excuse to use. Oh shit, it's okay. This happened, I can use. This happened, I can use. Because ultimately, if you've been clean for a month, 2, 10 years, and you decide to use again, you thought it through, it was calculating, you knew what you were doing, you knew people were gonna be hurt. We have to start looking at it like it's a decision, especially once you've been clean for a while. I think the other way is dangerous on every level when we say, you know, how much more recovery do I need to, I want to become a better human being. I want to continue to be a good person and become better at that. But how much more recovery do I need 18 years later? You know what I mean? When are we done recovering from being a criminal? When are we done recovering from being an addict? When are we no longer that? Say it again.
When you quit saying it.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's in the messaging. It's in the language.
I fully hope I'm not stepping out of line here, but one of the things I have not heard is faith. I do know that if I focus, because our family has gone through a very difficult time, and if I focus too much on self, I'm being led by myself. But if I know that I have a creator and a higher power out there, I'm always accountable to my brothers and sisters. But what about accountable to something greater than myself? So one thing I have not heard about is faith, and how faith is incorporated into therapeutic communities.
I'm curious. I've had some conversations with some about this, but I'm curious about TROSA and also about Habilitat and Red Barn and others. So how do you all deal with that? Do you advocate? How do you deal with the faith issues?
Okay, so I don't see John Vulcan here, and I know he'd want to say something on this subject so I'll just channel what I've heard him say, if you'll excuse me. I'm his sister-in-law, and I've been a volunteer for the program for 14 years. So what I've heard him explain to answer how you deal with, what role does faith play? His focus is the basic principle, and they teach this in the program, that, a recognition there is a God. We are all his children. We're created equally. So there is a faith component in the universal principles of why are we kind to one another? Why are there inhumane laws of abuse or cruelty? Oh, and I see some people here. I'm probably slaughtering it, but is there a foundational principle that we can agree on? And so that is absolutely promoted as one of the main reasons. And when he talks about how the reason he even started the John Vulcan Academy is because he says, I believe there's a God, and I believe he made me rich. And I believe he told me, John, I'm going to give you money and I'm going to watch what you do with it. And so his whole drive is accountability towards God, towards helping one another. So that foundational principle permeates the whole program. Beyond that, that's where it ends. I hate to say it, because it's not affiliated with any one religion. We have people who are atheists. We have people who have negative abuse stories affiliated with their church. You have people who come from very restrictive, isolated religions and people with more open religions. And at the end of the day, we're a therapeutic community to treat the underlying causes and help them with lifelong sobriety, regardless of what their faith experience or personal beliefs may be. And so I think, to put it in a nutshell, faith is the foundation, but it is all inclusive. It is non-denominational to its center, other than the one God and that Christian base.
So, faith, I'm just going to talk on my personal experience. For me, I was in my addiction for like 27, 28 years in addiction, looking for something to believe in, something to follow, and I just couldn't find it. For me, faith is something that, for me, something that I voluntarily chose to follow. And how would it help me in my recovery was I found faith in the program that I was in. I internalized all of the values and all the morals that Trosa was preaching. And when I started to do that, I started to feel better about myself. You know, so faith is non-denominational. Faith is, whatever you choose to put your faith in and follow that faith, you're going to get what you get. And for me personally, when I got to Trosa, it was like, damn, this is what I've been looking for. And all Trosa preached is just do the right thing, be honest, don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, and things will get better for you. And when I started to do that, things got better for me. So my belief on faith is, faith is what you put your faith in, that's what you're going to get. Those are the results that you're going to get from your faith.
So for us at Habilitat, we are just like Tosa, we are what we call faith friendly, and we support anybody's faith. And because of the variety of people that we have, I have Native Hawaiians who have their own belief system. I have certainly various Christian faiths. I've had Muslims. And I think it's our job to support people's faith where it intersects our teaching. If you were to come to Habilitat and look at our concepts, that our 9 basic concepts, they come from the teachings of Jesus Christ, basically. But in the end, we're not pushing any certain denomination or religion. This makes people uncomfortable, but I for a while, I think Habilitat was my religion. Not to say that the people there were my God. I'm saying that the things that were happening there became my religion. Certainly, I think most of the staff have a faith in a higher power of some sort. And I also think that it's important for us to help people improve upon their faith. There's a thing that happens, especially when people come out of the penitentiary, as well, I've known lots of people. They go into jail, they find God. They come out of jail, they're robbing, raping, and pillaging, and then they go back to jail and they find God again. In my opinion, that's a great disservice to any faith. And the religious component is being used as a crutch, no different than drugs would be. So I think it's our job at some point to help people explore their faith and figure out how that faith intersects with the things that we're teaching, because the things that we're teaching are very much aligned with most of the faiths anyway. We have a policy at Habilitat that the first 6 months, the first phase of the program, we won't allow them any religious materials. As soon as they hit the second phase of the program, if they would like religious text, I'll go buy it for them. I will support them. We also while we do require people to go to 12-step programs, we also allow them to go to a denomination, a church service of their choosing when they get to the end stages of the program, because those communities are good support as well. So we want to explore those things with people and help them develop whatever faith it is that they have, and then we have other people that aren't into that. So if we're going to treat everyone, we need to. I had a guy one time that believed that we were alien experiments, and he truly believed that. So I had to meet him where he was at, and I had to help him. Okay, well, how does that intersect with what we're doing here? So that's our approach to it. We are faith friendly. We will support anybody's faith as long as it's not hurting other people. We don't want people to become judgmental. Unfortunately, these days there's some religions that become, well, I grew up in the Bible Belt in Texas. And by the time I was 7 years old, I had 3 or 4 different denominations tell me that I was going to hell because I'd attended the other church. So this creates some problems. So we stay away from religion as much as possible and try to cultivate their faith. Does that answer the question?
Probably got time for one more item if somebody wants to express something or ask something.
So this might be kind of a big one for the last one, but no. So far here, I've taken in a lot of information, and with us being a small community, kind of really in the infancy of what we could be at 10 people, I feel like I've learned that there's a lot that needs to happen from getting our name out to help with the troubles we have with the system in Pennsylvania, to tracking our data, even though there isn't much to track yet, to forming some sort of graduate program and what that looks like. And I'm just wondering, anyone's opinions on, with everything that we're learning, what would be like the course of action to go home? Because I can't go home and as a student try to help tackle all of these things all at once. There has to be some sort of order of operations to move forward in a efficient way, and I'm just wondering anybody's opinions on that.
Taking notes, right? Go home, write all of them, take notes. Go home, write them all down, and take the most important ones and start plucking away. Or maybe even a couple of the easier ones, because then you get to check some of those off. But if there was a whole list of things we wanted to do, oftentimes I'll do it in my office. I'll make a list of all these things to do, check off some of those easier ones, and then start attacking the other ones. But you're never going to accomplish all of them at one time, right? You need to prioritize those things and what are the most important ones. And right now, being only 10 people strong at Soul Constructors, it's going to be much easier for you to implement, to pivot, and to move when you're that small and that nimble. So write them all down and start.
Yeah, I'll make this as the last comment as we're wrapping up. So here's my advice to you. Given your size, your scale, so the measurement piece, you can go home and knock that out in an hour because you got a small population. So all you got to do is create a spreadsheet and then track how many people have come in so far and how many have split. You can fill that out in no time at all and you're done. Then put it on the website and you'll have started. And then you can just commit to refreshing that as you need to. When you get bigger, you'll have to scale it up. But then the second thing you got to do is start creating a platform for influencing Pennsylvania. The first step in that, I've talked to Kevin about this, is you need to create a soul recovery experience, a way of bringing somebody from the outside, helping them experience your therapeutic community, an hour-long kind of experience that brings them in, that helps them to leave with some conviction and go advocate for you. That's the flywheel that will start getting you influence in your community, influence in the state, changing policies. That needs to happen. And feed them, yeah, part of the experience. Eating together, eating together. So how many of you, all of us started the day talking about what we hope to get from today? How many of you got some of it? So nice job. It felt like the community engaged, so many shared. We have some clear things that I know we're going to be talking about at TOSA as well. And I think tomorrow, I expect it to be much more of the same. So bring your questions tomorrow morning, bring your expectations, and let's get back to work on it again. I believe that we'll have more benches and higher quality benches as a consequence of what we did. That's what we came to do. So good job, team. The plan for tonight.
Yeah. So we have some buses and transportation. Anyone who needs a ride to Red Barn, if you're driving on your own, we have their address here. It's on the table right as you're walking out the door. You can get the table. For those who are staying for breakthrough groups, if you want to join us for dinner, that's going to start immediately after we take down the chairs and put up the tables. So those who are staying, breakthrough groups are at 7:30. If you want to go back to your hotel and come back, that's okay too. And for those who Red Barn, we'll get a tour and they'll be providing dinner there. The bus is leaving. We'll ask. Yeah, let's give 5 minutes and then go. All right, thank you.
Where are you guys from?
Okay.
You a therapeutic community in homeless community or that serve the homeless.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if I could get like the name and location of that because we're actually I'm from Street.
You're from what?
Street to Home Foundation.
Okay, yeah.
So we focus predominantly on homelessness and root causes of homelessness. So my boss is really interested in how a therapeutic community principle is incorporated to be used for the homeless development.
Well, the reference I think I made is in a